I didn't even realize I muted. Okay.
This is what I do. Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome. We're an early show tonight. Rochelle's trying to change up the time. 9 o'clock is killing me. So I just like to say, first off, let me say thank you for Crimes Untangled for joining me tonight. And hello, Deb. Hello, everyone. Cooking, so maybe late by a few minutes. Burgers and onion rings. Sounds great to me. And then we have hello, Becky. Hello, Coffee Crew. Happy Monday. I had my Thanksgiving dinner for one. I don't know why I cook so much for one person, but I do. Hello, Melinda. Welcome. Hello, Shiraz. Sounded like you were on a phone call. Oh, a minute ago? Oh, you could hear me? I didn't realize. Oh, when I went live, I wasn't. Okay, yeah. Oh, maybe it's Crimes Untangled that's on a phone or something.
No.
It's loud behind you, though.
Is it? Let me turn that down. Thanks for telling me.
No, it's your kids, I think. Hello, Justice Warriors. Hello, Jane. Welcome back. So, guys, as you can see, we're going to be talking about the Menendez brothers. Rochelle went down a rabbit hole yesterday, and it was like all day, all night rabbit hole. After I got done looking at everything, and I'm telling you, a lot of stuff out there is biased one way or another, and reading stuff and all that, the first thought that came to my head was shame on you. Not you guys, me. Shame on me. Because I thought if this was women, I would believe every word they said. But it was men. And I was wishy-washy. So tonight, I brought crimes on just so we can discuss. We're going to have different views, guys. Guaranteed we're going to have different views. And this is why I thought this was a very safe place to have this conversation, because we welcome different views here. And I just want to say hello to my friend B Rabbit. Hello. Hello to Seven that's joining us through Crimes Untangled. Thank you so much, Seven, for being here. I would appreciate if you'd like and subscribe and join our chat. Hello, Louise. Yes, I do love burgers and onion rings. Hello, Sky Troop. You're not late, we're early. So, that being said, last live we did about the Menendez. Hello, Mary. Welcome. The last live we did about the Menendez brothers, I said the part that was bothering me the most was the shopping spree. And I can't believe I said that. I honestly cannot believe after all this, Crimes Untangled, I said this to you. That shopping spree, guys, if it was a woman and she was being abused for years and years, and she was stuck in a bad relationship, she finally got out to have got away, got freedom, and that, I did it. I went and I shopped and I did. things that I was not allowed to do, I went overboard and did. So I'm wrong. And I'm going to call myself out on it. I'm wrong. And the fact that I thought, oh, they did this for money, well, it's highly proven, and they proved it even in the court, that they were told they were out of the inheritance. So what money did they do it for? So, Crimes, if you want to interject here and give your opinion, go right ahead. No, you're muted. You're muted.
Only because, okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I made the mistake of trying to adjust something, and then it accidentally muted me, and I had to fix the setting again. Okay, I think that when it comes to the shopping spree, it looked extremely tacky. It looked like what everybody said. That's how it looked to the outside.
Yep.
Right. But when you finally have a piece of freedom that you haven't had in 19 years, I think that changes a little bit. These guys, like you said, they did not know that they were going to get anything in the inheritance. And therefore, in my own opinion, and that's totally my opinion, I think partially what it was is spending some of that money so they had something worth something in case they got nothing in that inheritance. At least then they were going to have something. And I think, as I was telling you yesterday, I think that the reason that they didn't leave, like everybody says, why didn't they just leave? They're adults, just leave. Mm-hmm. Well, it's the same reason that abused women or others don't just leave. It's not that easy. Their father was the sole supporter.
They were programmed, and they were, in my opinion, and chat, you're more than welcome to disagree with anything that's being said. I welcome it, because this is a discussion that needs to be had. More, not so much for the Menendez brothers that the discussion needs to be had, but for male victims out there, this discussion needs to be had. But and I, like I said, and I said to you, and like you just said, you have an abused woman, and I'm going to say women here to give an example of how much our brains are wired to support women, to protect women, to stand up for women. But when it's vice versa, because they're men, they're supposed to be more masculine, they're supposed to be able to do this. You grew up in a home where you're programmed. What do you think? They're going to be afraid to leave. They're going to be afraid.
Having that rug ripped out from under them.
Exactly. So Becky's here says, I did the same thing, Rochelle. The shopping was not about greed. To me, it was freedom. I agree, Becky. Exactly. And I said this to Crimes yesterday. I called her. Actually, I called you a few times. Did I not? And because I was like, oh my God, I noticed in me the thought of them being men and masculine, that they weren't getting the same from me as what a woman would get. And I needed to point that out. 7 says, I also believe the spending spree was out of freedom. Their father monitored and controlled everything they owned, so it's understandable considering how young and naive they were. That's right.
Yeah. They were children. I mean, granted, yes, they were old enough to buy a pack of cigarettes, or they were old enough to, live on their own. But they were children. I have, my kids at that age, I've still got them. They are still children in their 20s. They're still children. Not in all ways, but in a lot of ways. The brain's not fully matured.
Well, not only that, we also have to remember they were spoiled, right? And I'm not saying that in a bad way. But they were sheltered. Their father did shelter. They were spoiled. They were, they grew up with money, which should not be anything when somebody is going through hell, which, in my opinion, they did. But it's just, I was so mad with myself, Crimes, I was so mad because I was like, yeah, and right,
You,
Shrez says it is shocking to have them turn 18 and suddenly you don't have access to their medical records.
you know what, Rochelle? I think that, and only because it's up on my screen right now, but I was thinking about Gypsy Rose, right? And how many years did she get for that heinous crime against her mother? And look at the abuse she suffered. And most people were like, okay, well, now some of us are having different opinions on it just because of the new information that's coming out. But when all of that happened, we thought, oh my God, this poor girl, what the hell is happening here? How did nobody see these, the signs? Or how did not one doctor say, okay, something's not right here? But we all looked at it and we're like, okay, well, she did what she had to do to get away from her controlling mother.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, these boys did what they had to do. I mean, I could just flip it. These boys did what they had to do to get away from somebody who was essaying them and abusing them.
Well, and yes, the murders were heinous. But look at it, guys. That was anger. That was anger. You don't do that unless you're angry. You have women that are being essayed and this and that end their attackers' lives. And usually it's by a knife. And usually it's multiple and multiple and multiple stabbings because the anger and the frustration and the fear is all coming out all at the same time. And so oh, Jane, you're absolutely, abuse will stunt your development. Absolutely. So they, Shiraz says they were maturely spoiled. They had access to things that vast majority of Americans did not, but that was a high price to pay for it, even if you don't consider. Thank you, Shiraz. And a lot of people so here's how I put it to Crimes yesterday. I watched so many documentaries. I watched so many news. I watched trials. I watched everything. Like, seriously, guys, I went down the rabbit hole. And it was like watching, and this is how I put it to Crimes, it was like watching CNN and Fox. And you had to find the middle ground there. And that middle ground to me, the middle ground was watching the trials and reading about that second trial, and that second trial was disgusting. That second trial was disgusting. And I'm
Hey,
telling you
Rochelle,
that, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say something real quick to Seven. Um, with the crime of passion, it is this is a different circumstance. It's not considered a crime of passion, at least in this country. It's not considered a crime of passion what happened. But go ahead. Sorry. It's just because a crime of passion is thought of is used in a different way here. So that's like walking in and catching your husband with another woman in bed, and then you do something, and that's a crime of passion. But this is this is a different circumstance. That's all.
Yeah. Sky Troop says one doesn't get to unalive another person regardless of the abuse. Nobody's saying they're not guilty for what they done.
And they have done time for what they did.
Yes.
That's not the question. They absolutely still deserve to be punished. I just think that is gone far and above beyond what any woman would have gotten.
Exactly. If it was a woman, and remember, this is back in 1989, men didn't speak up against this stuff. And I will stand for all victims, no matter what they've done. In the case of being abused, mentally, physically, essayed, you don't, unless you're in that moment, unless you've lived through it, unless you've been there. They had all three. They had domestic violence. They had emotional abuse. They had essay. Unless you've lived through all three of that at the hands of your parents, I'm like, yeah, they murdered them. They deserve time. They also deserved a fair trial, and they did not get that. They
Not
did
that
not
second
get
time
that.
around. Not at
Yeah, the
all.
second time they did not get a fair trial.
That the essay was most like they let in very small snippets of the essay in that second trial, but the majority of it was because the prosecutor wanted it out. That defense was pretty much out the door. They couldn't even show the letter that their cousin, I think it was Eric, no, maybe it was Lyle, sorry, had sent their cousin 8 months before the unaliving happened. And in that letter, and I read parts of it, I cannot find, and I will, you know me, I will find it. But in parts of it, it's like, I don't know how I'm going to keep going through with this. It's getting worse. And now this is a child, not child, but this is somebody at the age of 19 who's saying it's only getting worse. So now he's an adult man who's still being essayed by his father.
And put it this way too. When they finally are able to tell their story, where are they? They're in a prison.
Yeah.
They're in a jail. So they know people in that jail are going to hear their stories. They're men. So where they're being demasculine or demasculized, whatever the word, and have to go back into this jail where they've got to be men.
Yep. Yeah.
Back then it was, and Jane, you're right, a rich parent's word against yours. No kid wants to take the chance. I agree. Armand says, was essay mentioned in the trial or did it turn up recently? No, in the first trial, but in the second trial, very limited. And they weren't even allowed to have the witnesses that were in the first trial in the second trial. It was a disgrace.
And yeah, they they did tell their story and were marked on TV. I can tell you that Eric, for one, in the Netflix series, and I'm sure it's on other ones too, but they kind of make him out to be like he was gay. And he has come out and said, I am not a gay man. I am a straight man, but because this is what happened to them, now the story was kind of being flipped and turned into, oh, well, then, no, that doesn't make you gay because you were essayed. Sorry, that just doesn't. But
no, it doesn't.
Mocking them. It is a sad.
But again, back then, crimes, men had that stigma.
No, I'm talking about though right now, even with this newest, with the Netflix thing where they're making him out to be gay because it fits a story for them, is what I'm saying. Because this isn't even something that's happened, like this series on Netflix. That's not from the 90s. That's from now. We know better. We have evolved, so to speak. But yet it's still, they're poking that in there just to add a little drums or what's.
It's good for Hollywood.
That exactly.
So I'll let you take this one. Crimes. Patricia says, I grew up with all three of those things in my life, and I had one more. We were poor, and I was terribly neglected too. These two shooting their mom in the face had nothing to do with the abuse.
Okay, so I think that I grew up with terrible things also. I think that when it came to their mom, it was one of those things where it's like, if I'm one of the guys, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, what's going on. What your husband is doing to your kids. That's in my mind. And you didn't protect us. Mm-hmm. That's what would be going through my head, at least. I'd be like, you didn't protect us. I'm not going to stand here and protect you now. As cold as that sounds, and it really does, I'm sure, but I'm not going to sit there and take out one and leave the other that was also hurting me.
Well, and the fact is, they have said in their own words, she hated them. She hated them. So, I'm sorry, Patricia, absolutely sorry you had to go through that in life. And
oh yeah, that's terrible.
I am so sorry you had to go that, but what you or I, because like I said the other night, I could have grabbed that knife and I didn't. But how are we to say that we are, just because we wouldn't do it, it's not something somebody else, we don't know. They've served time for murdering him, and right, they should. And it was brutal. And that says to me there was a lot of anger. A lot of anger. Mary said, I didn't watch the trial. Was there proof of essay and abuse? The only proof
in the first trial. In the first trial there was. And they were hung juries. the second trial, there was not much proof. They couldn't bring it to court.
Brad says at Mary, no proof, but a couple of cousins did testify that one of the boys told them about it and when they were kids. And they were witnesses in the first trial. Yeah, which weren't allowed in the second trial. Hello,
But even
Leah.
still, we also have one of the members of Menudo who have also come out and said that, and I'm going to say this because I said this to Crime and Coffee last night or yesterday, that I don't know if everybody knows who Shrez, I hope you do. You do, right? Who knows who Menudo is. But Ricky Martin, who I think everybody knows, he was also part of that band. So that's, it kind of goes to, it was these, I don't know, maybe because they were Hispanic, like not Hispanic, sorry, because Puerto Rican is blah, 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 blah. Latino. Brown and black, you're not believed as much. So even he kept quiet for years and years and years.
True. Sorry, I've got to put. This sounds more like victim shaming than victim advocacy. The parents were brutally unalived. So you are okay with victim shaming the Menendez brothers, as long as we stand up behind somebody that was sexually A-ing their children. I disagree. I don't victim shame here. I disagree highly. I do not victim shame on this. This is a conversation. I do not victim shame. Shiraz says they also believe, rightly or wrongly, their parents were getting ready to murder them both.
They had the belief that they were going to be, let's just say, taken care of so that it wouldn't leave the house what was going on inside the house. So that was their belief, or at least what they said. And I say it that way. I believe that they thought that their dad was going to do something to them because he had to find a way to keep these guys shut up. But I can't prove it. So it's only what my opinion is on that. That's and right. What they've said.
If I've heard many people say, listen, my cousin, her daughter was molested, her 4-year-old daughter. She went and murdered that man. I'm supposed to stand up for that man that molested a child? I'm supposed to be a victim advocate for him? Hell no. Hell no. I will not be a victim advocate for somebody that molests children. Not happening. That can be victim shaming. People can come at me all they want, but if you're going to molest a child, I'll get in line. I will not support that. Not ever. 7 says, I basically think they believed the mom thought they deserved it as punishment for ruining her life. She also did inappropriate things to her sons as well. Yeah. Listen, this, I knew this was going to be very controversial thing to do. But I victim shamed those boys because they were men. And shame on me for doing that. Shame on me for doing that. They murdered their parents. 100%. They deserve to go to jail.
Yeah, I would have honestly, I would have preferred seeing Jose behind bars, but considering the times, I don't know if that would have actually happened.
And Patricia said I had an extensive course of CBT and I would recommend it to anyone. It worked for me. Oh, that's awesome, Patricia. This sounds more like victim. Oh, I already read that one. 7 says, weren't the inappropriate photographs proof, like hard evidence? And again, they weren't allowed in the second trial.
No. But I think you said it even on Sunday. I'm not. No, maybe Saturday. What day did we do the Netflix series? I had a migraine yesterday, so it had to have been Saturday, right?
Saturday.
Okay, so I think even you said it even there that. Oh my goodness! I'll just go ahead, talk. I'll remember.
So Shiraz says, I grew up in El Paso, Texas. I know who Menudo was. all the teens were off their rockers, crazy for them, kind of like I was for the NKOTB.
Oh, me too. But I was still in love with. I'm still in love with Ricky Martin. So
And Patricia said, I don't believe these boys. All this is unproved. And that's you know what? And that's perfectly fine, Patricia. Like I said, it's a safe environment here to speak our minds. And I'm telling you, the rabbit hole I went down and the articles I read and news clippings I read, it was like, oh shit.
what guy in their right mind, especially during this time, is going to write a letter to their male cousin telling them that it's only getting worse? And you're now a 19-year-old man who's still being essayed by his father. You're not going to send a letter to another guy telling him this if it's not true. I mean, there's just no way. I have 3 sons. Not one of them would send a letter like that if it wasn't actually happening. If he wasn't looking for some help, there's no way that they would write that letter. And that letter is now part of the evidence coming back
Mm-hmm.
to this. That's what the DA is looking at, is that letter to the cousin that happened 8 months before the unaliving.
Yeah. And Mary says, I think this is hard to believe that any parent could do this way, be this way with the average person feels so removed unless victims themselves. You see pics of them so happy, dressed nines and so rich, right? They had to have the mask on. They had to look good in the public. Meanwhile, it was a nightmare of horrors behind closed doors. Patricia says they are fully adults. If they had been 15 and 16, they may deserve to be free now, but they could have lived away from those they had hated. That comes back to, so it's okay for women in an abusive situation where people say they just couldn't leave. They were, they were beaten down mentally. They were this, they were that. So it's okay to excuse that because it's women, growing women. I'm one of them.
I'm one of them.
I didn't leave,
It took forever to leave.
but it's not okay for men to be in that same mental space as a woman. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. Our 7 says murder is not the answer, but there are devastating circumstances that I just cannot stand behind the parents for what they did. 7, I agree with you.
I agree. Again,
I
because
don't stand.
neither me or Rochelle are saying that these boys, they're men. I always say boys because they were the Menendez brothers, and that's just how I think of them. But neither one of us are saying that they didn't deserve some punishment. It's just the punishment needs to fit the crime and what was going. It needs to have a full understanding of the circumstances that happened around what happened, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And our man says the world is a crazy place. For every bad, there's an example of very good. Yep. I said shame on me because I did not give men the same weight I give a woman. And that I am embarrassed about. I am absolutely embarrassed that I am okay with a woman staying with a man because she's abused and I feel oh bad for her. She's a victim. She's this, she's that. But to have men in a relationship, which was their parents, that were being abused horribly, in my opinion, and I'm to say they should leave their men. How is that? Doesn't make sense to me. Taking the law into your own hands is slippery slope in my opinion. I agree, B Rabbit. I agree. And I will say this one more time. I do not condone the murder. It happened. And it was violent. You can tell it was anger. That was complete uncontrolled anger.
And you can look at the crime scene pictures. I don't suggest it, but you can look at them and see how gruesome it was. It's not that I am giving them a pass at what they did. It's just that the punishment needs to fit what they also went through.
Yeah. Skytree, what we don't have here is the dead people being able to refute the claims against them. The only thing we have is a story from the killers.
No, that's not true though, because we
No.
not only have a story from the brothers, we also have what their family members have said. And now we have what the member from Menudo is saying. So I don't think that a member of Menudo is going to come out and be like, hey, this happened to me, this many years later, just because what? He can't get any money. It's not like he's going to take them, Jose, to court. There's no reason for him to come out and say this.
There's no money for him to come out. There's nothing.
Exactly. There's nothing. So it doesn't make sense as to why he would come out this many years later and say, hey, this is what happened to me with Jose.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
And you know what? I would like to ask him, why'd you sit on it so long?
I believe that I thought that I had heard years ago that he had said something to other people, because I had heard this before the last week or two, but I don't think that he had come out so strongly before. That's the difference. But I do believe he said something.
So Patricia says they chose to solve a problem with the murder of 2 people. They are not safe to be around folks, period. Okay, so I can...
Yeah.
Just mine's really quick. I'll let you go after.
Go ahead. Go.
If that's the case, don't anybody come to Canada. Don't anybody come. It's a very unsafe place to be. Our murderers might spend 15 to 20 years in jail and then they're out walking. So if that's the case, if people that commit murder go to jail and are never going to be safe around people ever, ever, ever again, shut Canada's doors. We're a very unsafe country to come to. I just don't believe that. I believe people can be rehabilitated if they want to be. I agree, Patricia. I understand what you're saying, but again, don't come to Canada. It's a very unsafe country. If that's the thought process, go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, I think on this one, it comes down to the fact of, unless they have another set of parents out there who are also being abusive and doing these things, I don't think this is a crime that's going to be repeated. Obviously, they can't redo it. So for me, it goes on to what the circumstance was, who the victim. Yeah, because I will still call Jose and Kitty. I'll still call them victims. They were. So it's going to, who were the boys' victims? It wasn't some random person. It wasn't like just somebody out on the street. It wasn't, he didn't do it robbing a house or any of that stuff. These were parents that they are saying had victimized them for years and years and years. So I don't see it being a crime that's going to happen again. I don't think they're unsafe.
If a woman kills a man that is essaying her, whatever, you will hear people say the son of a bitch deserved it.
Mm-hmm.
You will hear that line coming from men and women. The son of a bitch deserved it. If a woman's getting hit and a man steps in and knocks the other guy on his ass, well, you just committed a crime. You just beat someone up. You victimized the man that was just victimizing that woman. When does it stop? When does it stop? It's okay for this to happen to men, but it's not okay for this to happen to women. It's not right. I am an SA survivor. I am. And I am so ashamed of myself to not have noticed that I was a one-sided victim advocate. And that stops. It stops today. I don't have to come on here. I don't have to come on here and have people come at me because I'm like victim shaming or whatever. But I'm doing it because I'm owning my shit. I noticed that I was a one-sided victim advocate, and that changes today. It is too much of a pattern that victims feel they can't get away from their abuser. This to me is a fact. No, it is, Mary. It is a fact.
That's very true. That is because even after my first abusive relationship, I fell back into another abusive relationship. I'm just safer on my own. I can abuse myself.
Yeah, I was hoping we were doing Sarah Boom visit the courtroom in her fancy clothes. It was jury selection. It was not televised, and that's fine. Like I said, guys, it is absolutely fine to have different opinions. Absolutely fine. When is premeditated murder okay? Everyone has their own triggers, passion, causes, etc. It's the premeditation and brutality overkill that life without parole, in my opinion. So I agree. At the same time, how did I say that to you, to Jamie, about if they planned it? Do you remember how I told you my thoughts are all over right now?
I'm trying to remember.
It was it yes, planned, and no, not planned, in
It
my
wasn't
opinion.
planned out. What you said was, well, it wasn't planned out very well, and I agree with you there because had they planned it, then I don't think that their ticket stub would have been the wrong time. I think they would have known what they were going to do afterwards had they planned it, if that makes sense. I know planned, blah blah blah, but I don't think that. Yes, they planned to off their parents. Let's just put it that way. I don't think that they knew exactly when they were going to do it or how exactly it was going to go down because it was not done very cleanly or very smart.
So, and
Not that
again,
there's a very smart way, just saying.
no, but again, nobody is arguing the fact that these boys committed murder.
No.
Nobody's arguing that fact.
And
It's a
nobody's saying that
fact.
they shouldn't have gotten a punishment for it. They should. They did. Except for we also have to now realize that in California, you know, crimes that are committed when you're under like 25 years old, they're going back and looking at those cases now, and people are getting out because they were so young when those crimes happened.
No, and I said, but nothing makes it okay to murder. It's not okay to murder. I agree with that 100%. I'm just saying there is circumstances that these boys lived with that we as a society seem to be okay with it because they were men. And I don't agree with that. They were men at the time, 19 and 20 or 18 and 20.
19 and 21.
Oh, sorry, 19 and 21.
But their
No,
brains weren't fully mature yet.
but again, that's like saying an abusive man, an adult man living in an abusive relationship with a woman, and it happens, and we'd be really naive to say it doesn't happen, that he should just leave. But if it's a woman in an abusive relationship, we understand why she doesn't leave, but we don't give the same consideration to a man. That's all I'm saying. Armand, baby Reuben's a few weeks old, was abandoned by his mother. There's a lady who comes to the clinic every day just to hold him for 15 minutes. She's going to heaven for sure. Oh, that's amazing, Armand. That's incredible. She just comes to hold that. That's incredible. In my, I'm way behind here, so forgive me if you've seen. Jane, Dr. D is ready to come on. Dr. D is ready to come on. There are a lot more voices in chat than what we're seeing, just saying. Absolutely. Like I said, I welcome everybody's opinion. I knew this was going to be controversial. I knew this was going to be a dividing factor, but I just needed to come on and say, shame on me. Shame on me. And I'm wearing that and I'm going to learn from it. Hey, all lurking, mod, doing spec project for work. I smashed the like. Hey, tennis girl.
Hi.
With all due respect, the parents were not found guilty beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law.
How could they? They didn't go to court. You can't convict somebody that's not in court.
Mm-hmm. And it was their reasoning. The parents weren't on trial for it. Right? The parents, that's, but again, that's the same as a woman goes to court And because the man doesn't get charged, she didn't get sexually assaulted. And I wasn't going to say SA there because I'm tired of it. And let's call it what it is. A woman can go to court. The guy doesn't get convicted. So it didn't happen. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's Deb says, I'm going to watch something else for a while. Sorry, I can't handle this. Good night. Still love you, everyone. And night, Deb.
Good night.
I'm praying they get another free trial. And that is it. And welcome.
Yeah. If
V.
they get
I'm
a,
just going to call you V because I can't pronounce your name.
I know I was going to tell you that she has some good comments down there, but I didn't know how to say her. I didn't want to say her name wrong. But that's all I'm hoping for. I hope that they get either another trial, or the prosecution. What they're doing right now is looking to see if, because of certain evidence that wasn't allowed in that second trial, if it would have gone differently, then maybe they'll just change their sentence. So it's going to go one or the other.
And B Rabbit, I'm not saying B Rabbit says I take offense. Gender doesn't come in it for me. I'm not saying it came in it for you. I'm just saying it came in it for me. I noticed where I was lacking. I'm putting this on me. I'm not putting this on chat. I'm not putting it on anybody else. I saw my prejudice yesterday when I went down this rabbit hole. I'm not saying you be rabbit. Absolutely not. I'm just saying I saw my prejudice. Leah says, if it's true, if there was no abuse, there would be no reason to unalive. But if this is made up an excuse for getting caught, it's also horrible. I guess only ones that know are the two. Yep. The people assuming they deserve death penalty or life did not undergo abuse like they did. I've had a really abusive father as a teenager, and I can relate with their breaking point. I've fantasized. And V, I'm so sorry you've went through that. And guys, I'm not going to lie. My abuser, he had a drug problem. Do you know how many times I
Mine
wished
too.
to get something that was laced? You know how many times I wished he didn't wake up in the morning?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Marie says no medical evidence of SA because they didn't
Wow.
go to a hospital. But again, if a woman says she was SA'd, she doesn't go to a hospital, does that mean she
Okay.
wasn't SA'd?
But now we can turn it around for 1 second and say the women who are coming out now against P. Diddy,
Yeah.
how many of them have gone to the hospital and have our kit done? How many of them have gone to the hospital and had themselves examined for evidence of SA?
And how many of them will be believed?
And how many of them are we believing?
Yep.
Right? It doesn't make sense to me. That you can't use that in every situation. Not everybody's going to go and have an R kit taken.
Nope. And I'm telling you, a lot of them don't go and have that kit taken because it's miserable. It
is so bad.
Hell on earth. You are victimized over and over again getting that kit taken. So
Pictures and everything. It's not a comfortable situation.
So anybody that says that about an R kit being taken and that, if you don't know somebody that's been through it or you haven't been through it yourself, you don't understand how demeaning and horrible it is. They have premeditated the shooting. Shows they are certainly smart enough to think ahead of the possible outcome of life in prison because gas chamber, etc. Do you really think the two kids who are extremely blessed financially are going to give it all up for their parents' money, risk being in jail? Well, that's the thing, V. A lot of people say they did it because of money. But the problem with that one is there was no money. They were out of the will. There was no money. They knew it. Their father told them there was no money. This came up in the trial. Jane, and now Sarah Boone is thinking women will automatically believe her. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Does she
Because
have fans?
it's the way it's the unfortunately it's an uncomfortable subject, but it is the way civilization is. It is the way we are. We will believe women over men any day. Look at all these athletes that were so afraid to come out because they were men being SA'd. If these were the Menendez sisters at 19
Yeah,
and 21, this would be a whole different story. Becky, I
you said the same
100%
thing last
agree.
night. You said the same thing.
Sorry, B Rabbit. I love you right back. I understand this is an uncomfortable subject. Some people just I listen. Jamie left the show the other night. I noticed she left.
I had to.
And then
Only
when I called her yesterday and I told her, I said, I just got to say something. I told her. And she goes, I'm so glad you noticed that in yourself. And I was ashamed of myself. Did I not say that to you, Jamie? I
you
am
did.
ashamed of myself. I'm
You did.
currently obsessed with this case, watching so many videos of Eric and Lyle giving clear reaction physically and verbally, and they were abused heavily. Breaks my heart.
Yeah.
I
Because
agree.
I think the other night when we were watching the Netflix, what I was saying is that I was, I've been paying attention to this case since I was really young. I'm not going to age myself exactly here, but I was around when it happened, and I lived in California, and it was everywhere. That's all you were reading about. That's all you were seeing. It was just everywhere. But even after that, I had an interest in this case. So throughout these so many years, I kept up and kind of just always looked back on it to see if anything else was going on, anything new, what was happening. And so when I was reading some of the comments, I was like, okay, but in my like, I love everybody here. We all talk and we have different opinions on everything. But I had to step away because I was like, but not everybody has read absolutely everything. And I couldn't ask how many people know more than just what they saw on Netflix.
Yeah, and that's my point. And Jane says, "Congratulations for breaking through your own limited thinking at Rochelle. Not an easy thing." And it wasn't. And Jane, it was not easy to accept either. Honestly, it was not easy to accept. I was very angry at myself, and I will never minimize a male victim ever again. I just won't. They think children at the age of 5 took photos of themselves naked on their parents' right. Grasshopper, welcome. How did Lyle lose his hair at a very young age? And that right there, that is stress. That
It was
is,
sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Jamie.
I was just going to say, it's crazy for me because I think even when I covered this last week, I was sitting there asking, I'm like, in prison, do they really let you have a toupee? Does anybody know that? Like in prison, will they let you have a toupee?
Maybe back then, Jamie, but as we can see, he's fully
Yeah.
bald
Well,
now.
yeah, he's finally shaved it all off. But that's why I'm just curious. I'm like, because they show him like washing it in the toilet and stuff on the show. And I'm like, I don't, and I know he had his hair on in court, which we know women wear makeup and all that stuff too. So maybe for court, I understand. But what, I don't know. It was a long time ago. I'm like, did they allow him to have a toupee?
Yeah, I think probably back then, maybe when rules changed is when he shaved his head. But if anybody can't see that as a medical issue induced by stress, I don't understand. That's why I'm saying they clearly did not do it for money, and people are so ignorant for saying they did. Yeah, that because it's easier. And I said it, Jamie. I said it Saturday.
Well, you even said it before Saturday. So, oh no, you said it Saturday morning before you went live. You
Yeah,
had said it when we were talking on the phone that
I
it was the
said,
shopping spree that got you. And I'm like,
yep.
but, you know, so
I
yeah,
even like and this is why I'm owning it. I'm a firm believer of owning when I'm wrong and all of that. And I was minimizing male victims. And I'm gonna go hard for male victims now because I'm owing them that. But the fact is he, there was no money. There was money when they were alive. There was no money when they passed away. Booney has fans in South Korea. All right, Armand. She's gonna be the new Wade Wilson. She's gonna be the new Wade
oh,
Wilson, and she's gonna have boon husbands.
yeah.
Men needed social justice for real. They absolutely do. Jane says when all the adults, doctors, and professionals betray you, it can be survival time. Them or us, plus torture makes you crazy. They never got to develop fully or normally. And exactly the psychiatrist, when they did the robberies, which again, wrong, when they did the B&Es, that stuff, the psychiatrist that was appointed to them from the court, Jose, made that psychiatrist sign an agreement that everything the boy said to him was to be told to Jose.
Yep.
Like,
Money gets you away with a lot of stuff. I mean, look how many years Diddy got away with his stuff, and that Bill Cosby. Look how many years he got away with his stuff. R. Kelly, and so forth. Money lets you get away with a lot of stuff because you can buy a lot of people.
yeah, Armand says in the bottom line, now they should be released or have a new trial. I am, I'm okay. So it's going to be, they're either just going to correct, suspend their sentence. I don't think it'll be a new trial, but I would be okay with a new trial because hopefully people have woke up more and understand men go through this. But if not, but again, I think it'll just be a suspension of sentence. What do you think, Jamie?
I think that rather than a suspension of sentence, that they're going to go back and they're going to do a resentence and then say time served.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
okay. I'm also okay though if they decide to go ahead and do a new trial. I don't think California is going to do that. Um, I think they're going to do the resentencing and then say time served. But if they do a new trial, I'm okay with that because more people are willing to hear men and their stories and things that have happened to them now.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
I'm okay with either.
Jane says, pat yourself from the back at Rochelle. Do not be angry at your younger self. Your growth is inspiring. My younger self was yesterday. Yesterday, like I'm telling you, I wanted every answer, and like I said, it was like going through CNN or Fox, and I was like, okay, they're both either side. One is against them, and the other one is for them. And I'm like, I need to find the information from the courts. I need to find that stuff because it was crazy. I think he shaved it off because he was finally off of the influence of his father.
So when it comes to that, his toupee originally, his dad did pay like over $1,500 for his toupee, which in 1980s, that's a lot of money, right? I don't do well with math. I don't math anyway, so I'm not going to do the inflation, all that crap. But it was a lot of money, and his father insisted, like forced him, and Eric did not know. That one point is straight on. Eric didn't even know his brother was wearing a toupee for the longest time until his mom pulled it off at the dining room table. That's a true story.
Yeah. And V says, I think they should have a fair trial. and changed their murder charge to manslaughter and ultimately released due to serving their sentence.
Uh-huh.
I have to agree. Becky says once Lyle was convicted, he could no longer have his toupee. No, he had his toupee because he even had it for the second trial. He still had it. I think at some point the jail changed or the prisons changed, and that's when he decided to shave it. You guys, and also, if you look in, these boys have been advocates in and outside of those prison walls. They have been advocates for
They've
the
also been
male abuse.
model
Yeah,
prisoners. They've gotten in no trouble.
no trouble whatsoever. Too much money for a new trial. I think they'll probably be paroled with time served. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, Becky.
I honestly don't think they're even going to get paroled. I think it's going to be time served. They've been in there for 35 years, over 35 years. I don't think that they're going to be paroled.
Grasshopper says he was only allowed to wear it in court. There is actual documentation of him trying to get the right stuff to wear his toupee in prison.
The tape is
The
the tape.
tape, there is documentation that he was wearing it in prison. I meant that he could not have it in prison. But there is, Becky, there is documentation that he actually did have it in prison. But
Different times. Because I know
I'm
you can't now.
I'm very shocked. We've went down. I was hoping people would have the debate, but I guess not. But
No,
that's
no,
okay.
we're good to talk about style. Let's talk about that 90s style. I hated the 90s. No, I love the 90s from Clue. I had all the cutest outfits. I'm kidding. Rochelle, go on.
Oh, we dressed funny back then. Let's be honest. V
Oh,
says, I'm so glad I clicked this. I was actually feeling super sad over this, and you guys are giving me hope that they will receive justice and be freed. Listen, if I can come and be open about my misbeliefs, then I'm hoping other people can look deep inside and see where they are judging or not judging.
and again,
I'm
I'm still okay with absolutely whatever anybody's opinion is. The only thing I would hope is that people are open enough to go through and read and look at stuff beyond Netflix and beyond the dramatization movies and that kind of stuff. Look into the case. Pay attention to what was actually going on at that time. And if you still have that opinion, I'm
that's
fine
fine.
with your yeah, I'm still fine with your opinion. I just want it to be an opinion that you got through all of the facts that you could find rather than just what you see.
Yeah, Armand says, I'm conflicted about this. The pre and post mediation makes this confusing, even with the essay angle.
Hmm.
And I think that was part of my problem too, Armand, because I hate to keep saying this, but because it was men. And I'm sad to say that I thought that way. And I'm not saying anybody else is thinking this way. I understand people might have thought that I'm saying, "Oh, you're being only one-sided." That is not true. I'm speaking from my perspective that I definitely was being one-sided. And so much like Jamie just said, Netflix, the dramatized movies and it that clouded me. Those clouded me. And I'm so glad that yesterday I did go down that rabbit hole. Although 35 years seems long enough to me, I agree, Armand. And these are prisoners that have not even got one little strike against them. Not one. Not one. How do you go 35 years in prison and you don't get in trouble once?
Yeah, if that was in your mindset of just doing, whatever you're gonna do, you offed your parents, and so who cares who you off next or whatever. That's not their mindset. That's why I'm not scared of them getting out of prison. They
No,
don't have
I'm not
another set
either.
of parents out there.
And that's what I said. That's what I said to Patricia. If that was the mindset, Canada would be the most dangerous place to live. It truly would. And V says the monsters on Netflix. If I had only watched that and not cared enough to do further research, the second trial would have fooled me too. To think they made it up somehow. It was a really good. Yeah, so that's where it started for me, V. The monsters. Because I was young when all this went down. I was what, 13, 14.
Rochelle, you're aging me.
I'm aging myself. So I
You're
watched
only a
the
year older.
monsters, and then I was like, went back and I watched the first trial, and then I'm looking for the second trial. I'm like, why wasn't that televised? And then I started looking about stuff about the second trial and noticed all this stuff was not allowed. And so funny that it happened around right
Okay.
after Rodney King, right after OJ. The courts had mud on their face, not egg, they had freaking mud on their face. So who do they take it out on? Who's an easy person? Who's the easiest people to take it out on? The Menendez brothers. V says speech, I hate to say it, but they deserve to defend themselves. I agree. Murder's wrong. They paid for it. And I'm sorry that it was so violent. The anger that was unleashed from those two boys at that moment speaks volumes to me. Agree, they are not threats to society if released. No, they are not. Like I said, Canada would be the most dangerous country to come to. Do not come here.
Okay, B. That's not fair. She was just a baby.
Be watching the videos of them. They are genuinely so pure-hearted and sweet. Eric literally had to confess to his therapist like they're not dangerous. He couldn't live with what he done. If they were cold-blooded murderers,
He definitely would have gone and said something to somebody. He went to
he,
he like is begging his therapist, can we please, I need to talk to you right now.
yeah, and
That's
he was
just
thinking of
crazy.
unaliving himself. He was thinking of unaliving himself because he could not live with what he done. So that being said, Jamie, I'm going to put on Dr. D
All right.
because
Is it G as in granted or D?
D as in David.
Okay.
So we'll watch a bit of Dr. D, and I'm sorry for all the other ones that just couldn't have this conversation, but
I think it's an important conversation to have.
this channel is a place to have conversations, and you might disagree and you might agree, but it can't always be agreeing. Everybody is different.
It can be heard.
And it's a hard subject to have. And I was willing to have that hard talk. So, and like I said, I'm owning my own shit. I'm owning it. And it's sorry. You're
Okay,
right.
so that's why I was like, wait, which is it? Sorry. Okay.
So there you go. Rochelle's wrong again. Dr. G. Thank you, Becky. And to everybody new here tonight, thank you very much for coming and joining us. I greatly appreciate it. And like I said, this is usually a community where we can agree and disagree. And I understood that this subject was going to be very split, but I welcome the new people and I welcome your perspective.
And then Rochelle will play us all funny little animated stories at the end.
Yeah.
And then we'll
all
laugh.
Right. Let's jump into Dr. G.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, but today we're not going to be talking about body language. Today we're going to be talking about why the Menendez brothers should not currently be incarcerated, and it's probably not why you think. Eric and Lyle Menendez, collectively known as the Menendez brothers, are currently serving life sentences for the 1989 murders of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know that nothing I talk about today constitutes a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. Since the release of Netflix series Monsters, which chronicled Jose and Kitty's murder, as well as several documentaries about the Menendez brothers, they have been back in the news. In fact, in California, they're actually looking at whether or not their sentencing should be reevaluated. But what we're talking about today has nothing to do with any of that. So I just wanted to let you know that is not what we're talking about today. I'm going to be explaining the background and helping you understand why I don't think the Menendez brothers should currently be incarcerated. And then we're going to be watching a lot of clips from the trial. Much of it centered around the testimony by Dr. Oziel, the psychologist, or former psychologist, I should say, that was involved in this trial. So first and foremost, I will go ahead and tell you the 2 reasons why the Menendez brothers should not currently be in prison, and then we'll spend the rest of the video explaining in great detail why these 2 things are true. First, it's that the trial should not have proceeded because it turns out their star witness, Dr. Oziel, is non-credible and not reliable.
He sure does, Armand. He sure does.
Going to get into great detail why that is, and I think you're going to agree with me after you get done watching parts of his testimony. Second is that basis for breaching confidentiality was fundamentally flawed, and I'm also going to show why I'm not sure that Dr. Oziel understands confidentiality well enough for him to be the expert they need to have the nuanced understanding that it required to make these breaches in confidentiality. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, it will all make sense by the time we're done with this. But based on these 2 ideas, I truly think the Menendez brothers should not be in prison. So to understand the significance of the evidence in the trial, you really have to understand how the police came to obtaining that evidence, and then we'll really understand why it shouldn't have been allowed. Once again, I'm fully aware that this was litigated for 2 years, but there are things about this that we need to reevaluate that I really think haven't been looked at again. First off, the evidence itself was a confession that was recorded during a therapy session with Dr. Oziel. Dr. Oziel is a former clinical psychologist, and I say former because he surrendered his license in 1997. Prior to that, he had had some issues with his license. In 1988, his license was put on probation because he had what we call a dual relationship. As a psychologist, you can't have multiple relationships with people. In other words, you can't see them as a patient and also, in exchange for therapy, have them work on your house, which is exactly what he did. Licensing board found out about that, put him on a probationary license. After that, Judalon Smith, who was his mistress and who she claimed was his former patient, although Dr. Oziel denied this, she ultimately had a settlement with his insurance company that paid out $400,000 or $500,000 from my understanding. And according to the LA Times in 1997, he surrendered his license because the Licensing Board of California accused him of having sex with female patients, as well as breaking confidentiality or breaching confidentiality. Basically, the 2 worst things you can do as a therapist, which is tell other people the information that is meant to be kept secret or that is confidential, and having sex with patients obviously is not, nor should it ever be allowed under any circumstance. As I said, Dr. Oziel maintains that those things didn't happen. The licensing board appears to have thought differently, but I don't have those records. I'm just going on what the LA Times said. Now, Judalon Smith, she's someone that came to know Dr. Oziel in June of 1989. She said she was trying to become a patient at the time. He denies this, said they had a business relationship. Regardless, he was married, and he was having a relationship with Judalon Smith. Now, this is important because the reason that the confidential information, the recorded tapes that should have been maintained confidentially, were in the hands of police is because, according to Dr. Oziel, he had to break confidentiality. So let's talk for a second about what confidentiality is and what the limits of confidentiality are, because it's imperative that you understand this to understand why this case is one that's built on problems. It's built on issues that truly, even if there's some that have been litigated, somebody needs to go back through this with a fine-tooth comb. So understand, there are some very specific rules about confidentiality. Confidentiality in therapy is near absolute. You can't go tell people, even if it's another therapist, even if it's an attorney, even if it's somebody who can't talk to other people about it, you can't tell them the names of your patients. You can't imply who they are. You can't talk around it and have them figure it out, because if they can figure it out, you have breached confidentiality. Confidentiality is so serious, but there are some limits. Back in the 1970s, there was a case that we refer to as the Tarasoff case. In this case, it was determined that a therapist has the duty to warn a potential victim that someone has made an immediate and credible threat against them. So in other words, if someone in therapy says, I'm going to go harm this person, you call the police, then you call that person. There were 4 audio recordings of the Menendez brothers, 2 of which were allowed in court, October 31st and November 2nd. Now, from these recordings, at those times, Dr. Oziel said his life was feeling threatened on October 31st and November 2nd, and therefore, because
Mary says, why were they out of the will? It was the father's way of punishing them. He told them they were a disgrace, they were just worthless, and they didn't deserve anything, and that they were out of the will. Jamie, if there's something I forgot about what he said, can you put it in there too?
No, that's pretty much what he was saying. It was that they were doing stupid things. They were disgracing the family name. It all comes down to the name. You know, they had to leave Calabasas because they had ruined the Menendez name there. So it was exactly what you said.
Perfect.
because of that, confidentiality no longer applied, and they were allowed to use them against them in court. Now, the reason he said that the confidentiality applied was because Judalon Smith is the one who took the tape recordings that took these confessions and gave them to police in March of 1990. Now, you may be asking yourself, how is it that when somebody has an immediate, credible threat, that somehow that applies to his mistress having the tapes and giving them to the police? So I don't think that it does, frankly. And we're going to go into great detail why. Like I said, this was litigated for 2 years, but there are things that absolutely have to be revisited after the first trial happened and after he lost his license. Those are essential in understanding why what the claims are may not actually apply. So on October 31st, 1989, Eric Menendez, who was his patient at the time, confessed to the murders of Jose and Kitty Menendez and said that he and his brother Lyle had jointly committed these murders. Immediately, Dr. Oziel contacted Lyle with Eric's permission, had him come in. Now, according to Dr. Oziel, Lyle then threatened his life. There's a lot of drama.
This is what we do for the new people in the channel. If somebody has something they want to say, we stop, we listen, we talk. Imagine enduring the multiple abuses they did while having to put on a front to the public, living in privileged life.
Oh yeah,
Janine, I agree.
It's, you know, exactly as says it's going to sound as being raised in a certain church that I was raised in. It's the same way. It's like you have to always look happy. You always have to be put like everything, hair, makeup, everything has to look perfect. You have to be smiling and happy and everything else. It's the same thing with the families that have a lot of money. You outside the house, you have to look perfect. You have to behave a certain way. You have to do all of that. Rochelle, the reason that I don't believe the therapist, for one, is because I think he did this so that he could make some extra money once he was done with this. Like, he leaked those tapes on purpose. He wanted to make some money.
And he also asked Lyle to invest in his new startup that he was doing.
Yeah. He was a scummy person.
Yeah.
He was scummy. He was sleeping around with his patients, and that's disgusting. That's unethical.
Dr. G also is a master in self-defense. Can't remember if it was karate or judo. He told about it on STS. Yep. I can't remember either, Becky, which one, but I remember seeing that's when I started following Dr. G, was when I saw him on STS. I think he does MMA. Oh.
That'd be crazy.
I think you're right, Armand. I think it was MMA.
I'm around what he claims he said, which we're going to get into the reliability and the plausibility that Lyle actually said these things. But the whole case was built on the idea, or the whole admissibility of this evidence was built on the idea that Lyle threatened him directly. And in addition to that, it wasn't just that he threatened him, because he didn't call the police to say, hey, I've been threatened, I need help. That's not what happened. What he says is that because he was threatened, his wife and children were then in danger and then were potential victims, and his mistress.
And B says, yes, and I recall one of the Netflix films making their abuse allegations illegitimate because the maid did not witness any of it. No one is going to be publicly abusive. Obviously, it is going to. Well, and not only that, right? So here you have a privileged family. So and it is well known, we've all said it, oh, poor rich kids, poor this, poor that. Look at, they're whining, such a privileged life. Oh, they're whining about this, they're whining about that. We do it to dismiss. That's a dismissing of somebody's feelings. And I've done it, and I'm sorry I've done it. And for the maid, that's her livelihood. That was her livelihood. So did she turn away because she's afraid of losing her livelihood? We don't know how many people she was feeding. We don't know any of that. There's just a lot of be kept as a secret as much as possible can. Yeah. It's the fighting in the ring. MMA, I know I'm not a reversed on MMA because I find it so brutal to watch, but they kick, it's all kinds of martial arts. Like it's just gruesome. I am following the burn pile trial, and the Quentin Simmons trial has started too. Oh, I've been watching the burn pile trial with Katie, or whoa, with, I'm so sorry, Patty, with Patty's Playhouse. She's on it every day. I follow it there. I have it on while I'm working. Exactly, Rochelle. I did it too at that time. Yep. I literally, oh, poor rich kids. Oh, wah, wah, wah. I'm guilty of it, and I'm going to own that I'm guilty of it. I have to leave. Batteries dying. I thank you for joining us, Mary, and I apologize if this is a heavy topic, but I think it's one that needs to be had. So thank you for joining us, Mary.
Was a potential victim as well, because they were both close to him, and therefore the threat was by proxy to them as well. He contacted his wife, told her to leave the house. She did. He decided to stay with his mistress. When asked why he decided to stay with her rather than staying by himself, because that would keep her out of harm's way, he said because he couldn't get away from her. She was too attached to him, and she wouldn't have left him alone even if he wanted her to. So it's not his fault that he had to tell her. He had to spend the night with her that night because she wasn't going to leave him alone. So his reasoning for breaking confidentiality and ultimately making all of this admissible was that he had to spend the night with his mistress, and there was no other possibility. There was no other choice. That's what had to happen. She wasn't going to have it any other way, and therefore he had to break confidentiality because then it was an immediate and credible threat to her. So the real problem isn't just that the application of this was very strange and highly questionable. The real problem is whether or not the threats were even made at all. And I think there are a lot of credibility issues. I think there are a lot of reliability issues. And I think it should very much be questioned whether or not Lyle made any direct threat like he claimed. And if he didn't, then none of this is admissible. Now, before we get into Dr. Oziel's testimony, we are going to watch just a brief minute from Bradley Brunon. Bradley Brunon is his attorney. He called him the night on October 31st that he alleges that he was threatened. Let's listen to what Bradley Brunon has to say, because I think it's very important.
And did he say that the patient or patients had confessed to him?
He did.
Did he present it to you as a hypothetical case, or did he name names?
He did. I knew who he was talking about. I don't think he named names.
How did you know who he was talking about?
Because I had read the paper. I was familiar with the facts of the case. I knew that Lyle and Eric were his patients.
And
now, what he just said, if you listen very closely, suggests that confidentiality had already been broken.
Yep.
He's saying, I knew Eric and Lyle were his patients. Now, how would he know that? Just because he's somebody that can...
Exactly. Right there. He didn't even have to say nothing. How'd you know they were your patients? You're not supposed to go around saying who your patients are. Jeez.
Keep confidentiality because he's required to in his own circumstances doesn't mean you're allowed to share it. Even if he just provided details that let him figure out who he's talking about, that's still breaching confidentiality. You cannot lead people to knowing who your patients are. Now, at this time, if it was actually October 31st, it would have just...
Hey, Fancy, welcome back. 13 people watching, that's fine. I'm willing to take on a tough topic, and I'm willing to take a side that's not popular. So welcome back, Fancy. Anybody that wants to know who OG Case Master is, it's Fancy Fiction. She likes to come into people's channels. People breaking privilege. Yep. Like, I'm going to say, I don't care how many people are watching. This is a subject that needs to have attention brought to it. And I'm willing to, even though it's uncomfortable, even though people are like, you know, not willing to open up about or any of that, I'm still willing to take on an uncomfortable subject. And you know what else I won't do? I won't delete my live. I won't delete all my lives because I'm willing to stand behind my words. I'm grateful here. Thanks, Becky. I Googled petitions to help the brothers. One has 80,603 signatures. Very happy about that. You know, and I'm going to say it again. Murder is murder. There is circumstances behind this. And I'm sorry. We can say to a woman, if she murders her assailant or her abuser, good for you. He deserved it. But we don't give men the equal we don't give them the same thing. That's just wrong for me. And I'm going to own that I was one of those people. And it was just wrong.
Just been Eric prior to that. But if it was, in fact, him saying that Eric and Lyle are my patients, it would have been sometime after October 31st. But point being is that it seems pretty clear that based on what his attorney is saying, that somewhere confidentiality had already been broken. And that goes to show that when it comes to the nuances of confidentiality, what you can and can't do, you have to question whether or not Dr. Oziel is a good source of how that's applied, because this case cannot exist if he's not using those rules very precisely and very correctly. Listen to this one last time, then we're going to move on.
Because I had read the paper, I was familiar with the facts of the case. I knew that Lyle and Eric were his patients.
And so did he begin by saying the patients and then you said, I know who you're talking about?
I don't think he ever said the names. I don't know if I said the names. I believe I said, I think I know who you're talking about.
So the rest of this video is going to be dedicated to analyzing the testimony by Dr. Oziel. Now, I want you to keep in mind, there is a lot I am leaving out of this. And I don't mean things that actually strengthen his case. What I'm leaving out is things like him destroying patient records, all sorts of claims that he made. There's a lot that I just have to leave out for the sake of time. But truly, if you watch all 10 to 15 hours of this, like I have, the case is undermined to a degree that it is shocking that there was another trial after this. I truly am shocked. What is important for you to keep in mind as you watch this is that if you cannot believe his exact and precise reasons for breaking...
I always welcome people's opinions. So what is your take on it, Fancy? I don't call you OG because we all know who you are. It's just silly to be hiding behind a new name. Oh yeah, I did that one.
In confidentiality, this trial
Be right back,
never
guys.
would have happened.
Son just called. Give me
If
one
his
second.
claims of why he ended up having to tell Judalon Smith everything that he told her, having her have access to the tapes, and so on and so forth. If it didn't happen exactly as he said, this trial shouldn't have happened. And I think after you get done watching the testimony, you might question whether or not things actually happened exactly as he claimed, because there's a lot of credibility and reliability issues with the statements that he makes. We're going to start with a brief clip of him talking about the confession from Eric, just to give you some color to the situation, and then we're going to move on.
What happened there?
Well, from that point on, Eric began describing in pretty elaborate detail exactly what happened. He began to tell me all about how the murder took place and all the details of the murder.
And what did he say in that regard?
Well, he told me that it began with
So he's going to go into detail about all the details that Eric provided for him. But essentially, he's explaining that Eric told him about the murders, how it happened, how they came up with the idea for the murders. Now we're going to watch Dr. Oziel talking about his initial conversation with Eric about bringing Lyle in.
after I asked Eric whether Lyle knew that he was confessing to me, I asked him what he felt Lyle's response would be if I told him, or I mean, if he told him, if Eric told him, and he had a response such that he.
My Patreon has all my lives and opinions. Yeah, you took them off so nobody else could see them. So people can pay to see your lives now.
Huh?
Oh, she removed all her lives from her YouTube page and put them all behind a paywall.
Uh,
I didn't believe this guy when I was watching the first trial. He just came across as slimy. Absolutely, Becky. Like when I watched the first trial, he was like, why are you even an expert? Why are they even allowing? Just showed the corruption to me. This just put a spotlight on the corruption to me. What was your take, Crimes,
I
on
think
this one?
I think that the reason that he was considered an expert, obviously, was just the simple fact that he was their doctor. Nobody could see me if I'm air quoting here, doctor. And he got the confession. He was the one talking to them and everything else. So he would be the quote unquote expert on that. However, considering how corrupt this man was, I don't see how he had his license for as long as he did. He should have never been in that courtroom.
And if you think back to when he was the appointed, court-appointed psychiatrist or therapist for the boys, and Jose had him sign a piece of paper stating everything the boys said to him had to be reported back to Jose. That should have been enough right there. He should have been dismissed right there for doing that.
He should have. That was one of the things that could have cost him his license right there. These weren't even like young kids, so I know that had they been under the age of 18, had they said certain things like talking about unaliving themselves or unaliving somebody else or anything to that degree, that would have been reported to the parents because it's the parents' responsibility to keep their children safe. However, these guys were over 18 years old, and everything that they said should have been kept away from Jose. And there's another reason that, maybe they weren't saying everything that they would want to say to any other professional because it was going to go right to their dad or right to his dad.
Well, they say even to this day they have a hard time trusting people.
I'm sure they do. Could you imagine if everybody, was sitting there and it didn't matter who you turned to because they were getting money off of it's just they were making money off you. I mean, the doctor was making money off their dad, and it's just no matter where they went, they didn't feel safe.
No, and Armand says, wouldn't these conflicts have been addressed on an appeal and then retrial? You would hope. You would have hoped. But no, it was a lynch mob against these boys because of Rodney King and O.J. Simpson. They had mud, not egg, mud all over their faces, and they needed an scapegoat, and they got it with the Menendez brothers. They didn't appeal their first trial because they had to do another trial. The second trial, their appeal was denied very quickly, from what I remember. And everybody had to keep face. It's corruption. It's corruption, horrible corruption. And the thing is, if they let them out as time served, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do against the city.
Oh no. Because they were found guilty. There's nothing, it's not like they can say, oh, well, we were imprisoned for, like these people who are being exonerated from their crimes that they had been convicted of, they can come back and say, look, you guys were wrong and you imprisoned me wrong. Well, we do know that the boys did off their parents, so they did deserve some time. So
Exactly.
they can't go and say, oh, well, you guys imprisoned us unfair, like it was wrong for you to imprison us. No, well, that's not true. So they deserve some time. I'll stand behind that.
Oh, I stand, like I said, they murdered their parents. Yes,
Right.
they're guilty for murdering their parents. All you have to do, though, is look at how vicious and angry the crime scene was to know there was a lot of emotion. There was a lot of anger. Like, it's
Oh, I wish you would let me. I wish you would let me, Rochelle.
let you what?
Nothing. Keep going.
The next comment?
Huh?
The next comment?
No, you just keep going. I love you.
And the thing Jose did to them at a young age too, making one of them jump and fall, saying to them they will catch them, the afterwards telling them to trust no one, so much manipulation, the whole lie, cheat, steal, just don't get caught. The whole fact that the one wasn't fast enough for swimming, so his father held him underwater longer. It's disgusting. I'm sure you do. Do you have anything to say about this, Jamie?
First of all, because I've been researching this case for so many damn years that's kind of just ridiculous. But second of all, I'm not going to pay to see somebody say something that I probably already know. I went to school for criminal justice. So I'm sure I'm good. So I don't need to go pay to hear what somebody else has to say on it.
No. Becky says, my daughter went to a therapist at 14 after the death of her grandmother. I was not allowed to find out what she had to say, nor did I want to. If her therapist had offered this, I'd have removed her. Exactly. And that right there should not have been allowed. But I don't know for a fact, but I would say somebody's palms were greased. For sure. Leah, of course you do, but you have to hide. Yes, I agree. Armand says there is waterboarding too. Yep. I tell you, me too. You see, me too. And like, right, sorry if this comes off disrespectful, but this person is giving weird vibes. Say your take here. Who knows you enough to care to pay for your Patreon? So, I know you're new to this channel. You probably haven't, I would assume you're probably not following Dan Markel case, but OG is the site Fancy Fiction, and hence the name that she carries right now is OG. She thinks she's the boss of it, which nobody's a boss of any victim. Nobody's the boss of anything. I want to be fair. I'm going to be fair to Fancy Fiction. That's why I have not blocked her, like I said I wouldn't do on this channel. But fair only goes on. It's only a one-way street with some content creators. Sorry you said that live. No, it's okay. So we'll get back to G.
He was afraid that Lyle would kill him.
Right here is the beginning of where the credibility of Dr. Oziel really starts to become questionable if you listen closely to what he is saying. So what he is claiming right now is that Eric said that Lyle might literally kill him if he finds out that he told his therapist that they committed the murders. Dr. Oziel clarifies on a later day that he did not take this to be a figure of speech. He believed that he literally meant that Lyle would kill him. So after that statement, which I think is unbelievable in the first place, I do not think that Eric literally believed that Lyle would kill him based on everything I know about them if he told his therapist. But I want you to hear what his response to this was.
And I asked him I told him that I thought it was important to find out what Lyle's reaction would be, because he felt very threatened about telling Lyle, and also because very clearly Lyle was not a patient of mine at that.
Object. V says, "Oh no, I'm very new, and this specific case has sparked interest in me, so my YouTube algorithm recommended this live." Thank you. I hope you'll keep joining us. Armand, welcome, V.
So I want you to think about the logic here.
You
So
know what,
he's
Rochelle?
saying, I have a patient sitting in front of me who's
Go ahead.
What I was going to say is, how many of us haven't sat there and like to our siblings or even our kids been like, I am going to kill you for that. It's not something that you're sitting there and you're like I would never hurt one of my kids or my siblings, but it's not something we haven't all said, right? So even if Eric had said that, I'm sure he was saying it in that kind of way, but I could be wrong. But I'm just saying, I don't think that it's something that should have been taken literally at all.
No, and here's the thing. My sister slept with my perpetrator. She had a list of things in my house that he was going to remove to my house and take to her house.
Wow.
Do you not think I thought, because this wasn't the first time she done it to me, because she's just an evil human being. Do you not think I had those thoughts in my head? Absolutely I did. Absolutely.
But nothing you would act on.
But I didn't act on it. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's why I say I can't hold that to people's, because people say things out of anger, out of frustration, out of hurt. They just didn't act on it. Hello, my friend Bumble. Hi, Rochelle and crew. Just got back from the gym. This is a very heated live tonight, Bumble. Tally Gal, I watched Dr. G's show yesterday. Excellent point made by him. He showed have never been allowed to testify. Yep. Tally Girl, you just came in, but I want to say what I said earlier. I'll make it very short. Is I went down the rabbit hole yesterday with the whole Menendez Brothers, and I came to a conclusion, which I was very sickened by, that I have been, you know what, I'm even going to put myself, hold on, that I have been giving female victims more weight than male victims. And I reached out to Crimes Untangled and said, I'm ashamed of myself. And I explained why. So that's why I'm doing this live tonight. And it's very unpopular. I get it. And that's fine. But if one person hears how I was able to see through the BS and recognize it in myself, and one other person recognizes it in themselves, then we're one person ahead of giving men more weight as victims. And that's all that I'm doing this for tonight.
Could you imagine if, like, and I hate doing this, but could you imagine if Usher or Justin Bieber or Lil Bow Wow or any of them came out, felt safe enough? And again, we don't know if anything did happen to them. It just looks really sus. But if they came out and said something, how much weight would we give them? How much weight are they getting? Like, I would give them weight, but I'm going to go ahead and say, how much weight would we as a society give them?
And how many people are going to use the tagline, oh, poor wealthy pop star, poor this, poor that. And I'm ashamed of myself because I did that. I am absolutely ashamed of myself, and it's not going to happen again. Tally Gal says, I used to think that male victims were few and far between. I realized I too was wrong. Thank you, Tally Gal. Thank you for saying that, because I've had a few people tonight, say that I'm victim shaming Luis and Kitty, and I'm not victim shaming them.
Kitty and Jose.
Jose, sorry. Kitty and Jose. I'm not victim shaming them, but I am saying They did wrong. They did wrong by their children. They did wrong by their children. And if it was a woman that murdered her assailant, people would say he deserved it. But because it's men that did it, it's wrong. And I have to take a stance. And it might be an unpopular stance, but I still have to take it. I have to own, when I say I'm a victim advocate, I have to be a victim advocate for male or female, not just one gender.
Said, I'm afraid my brother will murder me if he finds out that I told you this. And his immediate response is, well, then let's tell him. That makes no sense. That makes less than no sense, especially considering later on, apparently Dr. Oziel saying he's fearing for his life because Lyle comes in and threatens him and says that he's going to kill him and all of these things. But truly, like, that's not bad therapy. That's crazy. There's no therapist that would make that decision. That doesn't make a lick of sense. We're going to go back and listen to this again so you can hear it all in sequence.
Response would be if I told him, or I mean, if he told him, if Eric told him. And
V says, proud of you for not only realizing your misdirection or whatever, but also owning up to it. Not many can do that. And I agree. And it's a hard thing to do. But being a victim, DVSA, brutally violated, I thought, shame on me. So thank you for saying that, V. I appreciate you saying that.
And he had a response such that he was afraid that Lyle would kill him. And I asked him if I told him that I thought it was important to find out what Lyle's reaction would be, because he felt very threatened about telling Lyle.
The testimony is only going to get more outrageous, but there's two things here that stand out to me. One is that Eric would claim that he thinks Lyle's going to murder him, which seems highly unlikely that he would feel that way. And two, that his reaction to hearing that was, well, fine, let's call him up and have him come over. That makes no sense.
And when you had the telephone call with Lyle Menendez, what did you tell him and what did he reply?
I told him words to the effect, your brothers told me everything. And his response was something like, what do you mean by everything? And I said something about needing to be circumspect, and I thought he would know what I meant. And he said he would be right over.
At the time.
So I'm going to say really
This is
quickly.
what we do.
I was going to say really quickly though, as a therapist or psychiatrist, whatever he wants to claim he was, is it the responsible thing to do if you have a client sitting there saying, hey, me and my brother just offed our parents, and now I think my brother's going to off me, and then so you're like, oh well, here, bring him on over. Let's tell him. Let's see what happens. Let's just see. Let's roll the dice. I feel like having some fun today.
Yeah, right. Let's wonder what type of gun he's going to bring. Like, honestly, V says it's okay. We're all human and imperfect. You give me hope that more people will also change their mind, and hopefully Eric and Lyle's lives will improve. And I hope they do. You know what I thought last night? I hope they start a YouTube channel. Tally Gal says their male children were victimized by them for their entire lives. If female, I doubt they would have been charged. I'm very strong victims advocate. We must realize that boys are at risk too. I 100% agree. That's why I said if it was a female and she murdered her assailants, the people that were victimizing her, people would have said they deserved it. And she probably would not have got time. So that's
or if she did get time, it would have been on a lesser charge like manslaughter, and she would have gotten way less time.
And it probably would have been manslaughter, which then she probably would have had an option of parole, which then she probably would have done half of that.
Exactly.
It's insane. Bumble, this is Crimes Untangled. She's one of the coffee crew. I'm sure you've seen Crimes in the chat. She has her own channel called Crimes Untangled.
I'm also a moderator on here. I'm here all the time.
Yes, you are. Becky said, pardon me, guys, Dr. Ozell should have not only lost his license to practice, but he also should have been arrested. What a scumbag. Absolutely. But this just shows you that this bureaucratic bullshit that we even see in the Dan Markel case, it's ridiculous. And this has been going on, well, I can't say when it started with him, but 1989 is when we can put a fingerprint on him. Boone is playing the female card. Yep. And I am going to say this right now. And I don't know how a jury, I would assume if it was me on the jury and I saw that suitcase video, that would be it for me. I would be done with it.
Right.
But how far are they going to go with this DV syndrome? How far are they going to go with domestic violence syndrome? And
Are you talking about in the Boone case?
Yeah.
Or in general? Because
Oh,
in the Boone case, we also have her having been locked up a few times for abusing him. So I think that abuse, and I don't advocate for abuse on either side, but I honestly think that they were both abusing each other. It was the alcohol.
Absolutely.
Alcohol.
But how is a jury going to, with a woman saying this? It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
It is, but with that suitcase, come on. Just listen to her words. It's disgusting. It actually causes me to be like physically nauseated, like to listen to her saying the stuff she said while he was in that suitcase begging to get out.
It definitely put a lot of weight on people if she gets a lesser of a time when this case is being talked about. Because
Yes, she is our man.
Yeah. She didn't take a plea, so she's going all the way with the DV. I agree. She's going all the way with it. So it's going to be very interesting. Yes.
She's betting on it, and that is like some stupid, like that's some kind of stupid.
But are you going to get women on that jury that might have also been, talked to by law enforcement when they were in an abusive relationship? And are you going to get women that, like I was against, that I notice now, was very sympathetic to a woman being domestically?
Normally, when it's a case such as this, one of the questions that are going to be on the jury list of questions is going to be if they've ever been in a domestic violence relationship, or if they've ever been in that kind of situation before, to weed them out. Basically, they want to take those people out of the jury pool.
Oh, absolutely. But Owens is going to want them there. And the way the world is, I don't say there's not too many people out there that can't say at some point in time they have not been involved or had family members involved in DV. So it's going to be a crazy situation, but it'll highlight. It's going to highlight if she's able to succeed. It's going to highlight for me how the world still looks at this.
I am curious as to when, like for Ozil, he should have lost his license a long time ago before he did, because we all know he did lose it. But I'm only curious as to under what charges he should have been arrested for, because he couldn't have been arrested for just violating the confidentiality. So what charges? There were him having a sexual relationship with his clients. I don't even know if that one is one that you could be arrested for. That is one you could lose your license for. I don't know if you could be arrested for it unless it was found to be forced.
And also remember, he had all these basically strikes against his license. He's the one that revoked his license. they must have give him the option,
Yeah, either step aside or go through the process of having it taken away from you.
which then there might have been legal ramifications. So
That's true.
he's obviously been given the option to do it. Armand says, I hear from a jury expert that women jurors are harder on women. It is the men that are more sympathetic. Okay. Well, that's good to know. That is good to know. Kylie Gal says, female attorney on STS today who defended female client who was acquitted based upon DV defense, who made excellent points. Excellent points.
Rating.
Yeah, the many ways SB is not a victim of DV, she will lose. Oh, I agree. She's not. No, wrong. I believe they both were violent to each other. I believe she was the more aggressive partner than George. It was a very toxic relationship. He was the submissive of the two. I think his violence, I think that when he was violent towards her, it was in response to her violence. But that being said, crazier things have happened. And I hope she fries. I honestly do. Because that is one of the most horrible things I've ever seen in my life. That video.
Michelle, it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional, and they had a good day. They were playing hide and seek. We were just playing hide and seek.
Yeah, because I often hide my people that I'm trying to find when I'm playing hide and seek. That's how I play. Because if you don't play that way, you're playing wrong.
Yeah.
How am I going to find you if I don't hide you?
Yeah.
Anyways.
But, all right, guys, we'll get back to Dr. G.
Time that you made the telephone call to Lyle Menendez.
As a therapist, the idea of doing this, the way that he's talking about this, is incredibly strange. I want you to think about this. Can you imagine finding out that a murder had happened and then calling up the person that was involved and saying, I know everything, you need to come over here? All of this is incredibly atypical, incredibly strange.
When Lyle Menendez arrived at your office, did he enter into the office?
He did.
And could you please describe his demeanor when he came into the office where you and Eric were?
He was extremely upset, threatening, menacing. He was just extremely, I think, threatened and threatening.
And when you say that he was threatened and threatening,
Angela, I welcome you to the channel. I am so sorry. I do not understand what you're saying. I apologize for my lack of language skills.
did he say anything at that time that led you to this conclusion?
Well, I think initially he began, he was very angry at Eric, and he was.
All right, the objection is sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did he express his anger verbally by saying anything to his brother Eric?
Yes, he did. He got into a major argument with Eric about how could he have done something like this? How could he?
And here's the challenge. Some of these conversations, it may have happened exactly like that. That part may be true. And the fact that it's things like this that are mixed in with things that sound bizarre and exceptional and strange makes it all more confusing for people to listen to. But as a therapist and as a psychologist, and not that everybody has to do things the way I do, the things that he's saying that he did, the questions he's asking, the statements he's saying he made are highly unusual. Now we're skipping a little further ahead, and there are a number of times that Dr. Oziel uses lies for his own benefit, and he acknowledges this. This is not me suggesting that these are lies. He'll tell you things that he said that were lies, but I want you to just listen to this because we're going to come back to it later on.
This information in that particular way, that it could be of use.
That's correct.
And at that point, did you tell him that you had kept notes from the October 31st session and placed them in a safety deposit box?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell him that you did in regards to the safety deposit box?
I told him that I believe that there were 3 safety deposit boxes, not one, and that I had placed notes in the safety deposit box with a note or notes that stated that that if I were to mysteriously disappear or be murdered under a certain set of circumstances, suspicious accident, that the notes that I had taken would be revealed.
I can't be the only person that finds this completely absurd. The idea that he acknowledges that this was a lie, but he's saying he made up this lie to save his own skin, basically. But the idea that this is an actual conversation they had in the real world, when threats happen, you just call the police. Like, this is not how people behave. This is bizarre. It's unusual. But what it establishes is that he's willing to make up lies to save himself. He does this in other times during the trial as well. But he's establishing it's fine to lie. He doesn't seem to have a huge problem with that if it serves a specific purpose.
And did you tell Lyle and Eric Menendez why you had taken this precaution?
Yes, I did.
What was your reasoning that you told them?
Because I felt in the prior session that that there was a strong threat to my life.
First of all, he said, I felt there was, not they threatened my life.
Now, at that point, did Lyle Menendez respond to you? And I'm referring now to page 9, the last third of the page. Did Lyle Menendez respond to you after you said that you had felt threatened after October the 31st?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say to you about that?
Well, he laughed and he said that I should have felt threatened because immediately after the session, he and Eric had sat in Eric's new Jeep, and the first statement that Lyle had made to Eric when he got into the Jeep was, "Now how do we kill Oziel?"
Eric Menendez confessed to the murder on October 31st. Lyle came in, he claims was upset, was threatening to him. They come back November 2nd. And now somebody who they regret having shared this information with, or who they're afraid could expose them, now they're acknowledging, yes, we're sitting and fantasizing about murdering you as we're sitting in our Jeep. We're going to keep going. There's a lot more to say about this.
And he continued to relate that that Eric said in this course of this conversation that he wasn't up to killing anybody else right now, and that if Lyle wanted to kill me, that he should go ahead and kill me.
Now, when was it?
Jesus.
So, and this was not recorded on tape. This was not part that he had recorded and turned in, by the way, just to be super clear. So he's saying that they're now confessing that they're planning and plotting, potentially murdering him, but they're going to continue to see him for therapy. So the whole idea is so ludicrous. It's so absurd and insane to think that this is how things actually played out. So just so I'm clear on the logic here, he's saying that they came to him on November 2nd for more therapy, and they're starting out this therapy by saying, yes, we've been discussing how we're going to kill you. So they're giving him a heads up that they're thinking about murdering him, and that Lyle's probably going to be the one to do it, and all of this stuff. Let's keep going.
Dr. Oziel, I believe you indicated that after you explained the fact of the safety deposit boxes and what measures you had taken, that Lyle indicated to you that you should have felt threatened because he and his brother had gone to the Jeep after the October 31st session and had discussed killing you. Is that correct?
Welcome.
Yes, that's what he related.
And all right. And then what was Eric's response to that, and how did that occur?
What was his response to it in the session, or what was Lyle's reported response to it in Eric's Jeep?
What was Lyle's reported response in Eric's Jeep?
You mean Eric's reported response in Lyle's Jeep?
Yes.
Yes. No?
What did Lyle Menendez tell you that Eric had told him when they're in the Jeep?
Okay. Lyle Menendez told me that Eric had said that he was not up to killing anybody else right now, and that if Lyle wanted to kill me, that Lyle should go ahead and kill me.
Now, Lyle told you this about a conversation that had taken place between himself and his brother about 2 days before, correct?
That's correct.
So just to be clear, the only way that any of the evidence that is relevant to this case was truly admissible, everything that kicked it off, was if he made an extremely compelling case that he had been threatened. So I just want you to keep in mind, there are reasons why he would claim that this happened, even if maybe it didn't.
And he told this to you in the presence of his brother, Eric Menendez. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What next happened?
Well, actually,
Did Lyle?
both Eric and Lyle were at this point laughing.
There's no question pending.
Yes, there
The
was.
objection is overruled. The question is what happened next?
What happened next is that Eric and Lyle were laughing in the.
Welcome, Gloria. Thanks for joining us. I wish I could have the same type of relationship with my brother that a Ryan Murphy made the Menendez brothers have on the screen in his TV show. And you know what? Their own words, they do have a close relationship. And they never thought they were going to ever see each other again.
My dog undid my thing. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay, my entire laptop and everything shut down, so I had to get everything back up and going. I just wanted to check if you could hear me. Like, damn dogs.
Well, that fancy fiction we both can agree on, Ozell is a liar. And trust me when I say there's not a lot we agree on, but I do agree on you with that. Do these brothers have other siblings? No, Armand, just them. Just them.
The office, both of them, and Lyle said that. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then did Lyle relate to you further any conversations that he and his brother had on the 31st?
Yes, he did.
And what did he tell you about what they had talked about on the 31st after seeing you?
We said that they began laughing because they were sitting in the Jeep and looking back up to the office that I was located in, and they were imagining me looking down on the Jeep and seeing them having this discussion and knowing very well that they were planning to kill me, and they were laughing at how frightened I must have been, realizing that they were sitting in the Jeep.
On its face, these threats are ridiculous. These statements sound ridiculous when you combine everything together. And once again, that doesn't mean that everything he's saying is untrue, but his credibility as a witness.
Sorry, guys. Jamie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my computer must have just a little glitch. I always envy David and Jonathan. I can't say the name. And Jamie,
It's Cersei
and Jamie, Eric, and Lyle, and Peppa, and Georgia. You know what? I have a sister, but I might as well have the biggest enemy that ever walked the face of the earth. Because anybody that follows the Adelson trial, take a look at Wendy, and that is my sister. Right down to putting contacts in her eyes to emphasize her green eyes. I'm not even kidding when I say that. I am interested of what other victims will perhaps come forward after the guy from Jose's band. Perhaps he did not come forward because of the record deals or something related. I hope more come forward. And that is right, if there is others. And Telly Girl says, FYI, the female prosecutor knew this POS was going to lose his license. She actually asked for his license not to be revoked prior to his testimony. She did. And she did an interview on that. She is evil. So the interview I watched last night, she also even said, listen, TikTok people, I have guns everywhere. Just so you know. And I'm like, what? This is a bitch of all bitches. Like, this is why I'm doing this show mainly tonight, because of the fact of what she said. She still is so into herself that she's not willing to wake up and see that males can be victims too. Like, it was, I'm leaving for Wendy's, not for this live. I'm leaving for Wendy, not this live. Okay. What do you get at Wendy's?
This is truly in question here because what he's saying is exceptional. There's so many things that are strange and exceptional. It's one thing if somebody makes one comment that's a little bit confusing, or there's a couple. It is throughout this entire testimony. There's so many things that are said that are unbelievable, that are not logical, and behaviors that he engaged in that really, truly don't make sense, that are consistent with the way that psychologists are, such as not calling police and telling them I've been threatened if he in fact was. Now he's talking about feeling
Rochelle.
threatened.
Now I feel threatened, so there's no
Yep.
confidentiality.
Go ahead.
Really quickly, I was reading because I was thinking about the fact that Ricky Martin was also in that band with the other guy that came out and said something on this. And apparently that same guy, whose first name I always forget, is it Roy or Ray? It's Roy. Okay. So he also stated that Ricky Martin had also been essayed by Jose. So it'll be interesting if Ricky Martin was to come out and say anything, because yeah, it's just interesting. We'll see what happens. But
Definitely will be. It'll definitely will be. And you know what? I understand they're victims and they had their own, things to get over and stuff like that. But I could not imagine being a victim and knowing two people were rotting away in jail when I could help.
I could go see them. They're at the
Yeah.
Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. I know where that is. Anyways.
Yeah. Dr. G is going hard. Love it. Right, Armand? I really did. I only watched a bit of this because I thought, you know what? I'm going to watch it on the live. Neocon Justice. Welcome, Sage.
In a conversation over the phone, I think Roy had spoken to the brothers, and Eric Menendez says, I feel horrible. It's so sad to know that there was another victim of my father. I always hoped and believed that one day the truth about my dad would come out, but I never wished for it to come out like this, the result of trauma that another child has suffered, and it makes me very sad. He said it was pretty overwhelming to hear that. We've heard rumors that something might have happened with Menudo through the years. It's a remarkable thing to happen so many decades later. Of course, you know that would have made a difference at trial. Certainly, that would have made an enormous difference because the entire trial centered on the belief about these events.
Yep. It definitely would have been. I knew it was fast food. Claudia. I was like, what's your favorite thing at Wendy's? V says, wow, news to me. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, she was I love Dr. G. I do. His voice is I like his voice too.
I subscribe to him too.
Yep. I will be putting Dr. G in the description, so anybody that hasn't went over and subscribed, liked, share, commented, help the algorithm. Yeah. We'll get back to Dr. G.
I told Lyle very expressly that he was menacing to me. In fact, I told him several times that he was menacing and threatening to me.
You didn't tell that to Eric?
No, I didn't perceive that Eric in that session was being threatening or menacing to me.
We're going to see more of this in a bit, but just to understand how significant what he just said is to the case and how it was applied. He's saying Eric was not a threat that day. Lyle was. Eric and Lyle are not one person. Just because he was threatened by Lyle, as he claims, although as I'm not buying it, but he claims he was threatened by Lyle. But he broke the confidentiality of Eric. And so now he's saying, well, in retrospect, now I know that they were threatening me sitting in their car. Now is it starting to make sense why he would say?
First off, does he have some superpower hearing? I knew they were threatening me when they were sitting in the car. Do you have some superpower hearing, Doctor? V says, I'm happy I found your channel. I like you guys a lot. Thanks.
We like you too. It was his spidey senses.
Right? Superpower. My God. This is what I mean. Like when you've got therapists and you've got judges and you've got lawyers and you've got all this that are just so friggin' corrupt. And that is absolutely what happened in this case. Like that second trial was disgusting. And can you imagine if that would have been televised?
Sorry, I was reading.
Yeah, so was I.
Did you ask it? Oh, okay. I was like, did you ask me a question? Because it got so quiet. I was like, I was reading something.
No, I got sidetracked. Probably the same sidetracked you got. We'll get back to Dr.
That's a
Fail
different
these
way to go
things,
off the
because now
rails.
he can say, see, I was right. Both of them were talking about this the whole time. But he is saying very clearly, I didn't feel threatened in that session by Eric. And yet he still broke confidentiality that day and told his mistress what happened and who he is seeing.
Did Lyle Menendez give you an explanation for why this hadn't occurred? Or that they had to abandon this idea?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said that it wouldn't look too good if I disappeared too soon, because if I did, it might begin to cast an unwelcome light on them, that if the Menendez's therapist disappeared soon, and might not be a good idea. And then after that, I'm sorry.
Okay, and then after that, did Lyle turn to you and say something?
Yes, he did.
Did he ask you a question?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you?
He asked me if I was frightened
And what did you respond?
about what he had just told me. And I said that I really didn't choose to live in fear ordinarily. It wasn't how I really chose to live my life.
And what did he respond to you when you said that you did not choose to live your life in fear?
He said, neither did my father.
These interactions sound a little bit absurd. And on the fourth day of testimony, the defense actually challenged some of what he's talking about right now, because he wrote down that Lyle laughed sardonically. And they challenged him on the fact that he used to write plays, that in college he wanted to become a playwright. And they were asking him of whether or not this was essentially him writing a play, because there are aspects of this that just don't sound real. And for those of us that work professionally like this doesn't sound real. Now, his mistress, Judalon Smith, claims that she was in fact in the waiting room and witnessed parts of this. And there's a lot of conflicting information she provides. Now, I'm not going to show any of that because I don't think that she's a credible witness either. But my point is that neither of them are credible witnesses. I don't know who to believe. I don't think you should believe either one, because nothing they say really lines up or matches. So, as I said, I'm not going to bother comparing what she says to what he says, because I don't, frankly, think that either one of them is credible enough to rely on. So now we're going to watch some of him talking about who he called the night he was allegedly threatened on October 31st. Now, one thing that he had eliminated is that there was no chance that he was going to report this to police because it was too risky, which is, once again, a ridiculous idea. If somebody threatens you and you're a therapist, the first thing you're going to do is call the police under any circumstance. If you believe that you could potentially be harmed, I guarantee you that is the first person you will call. Now let's watch some of him talking about who he called in terms of who he had a duty to warn.
You remember calling your wife?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Sorry, Crimes, were you going to say something?
No, I was just thinking, he considering like the way he went about it, right? I said, unless you're trying to get as much material you can to write something and make money off it later. That's all I was saying. But now on top of that, he's not only calling his mistress, he's also calling his wife.
I know, right?
He's a scumbag. He's just a scumbag.
And I'm so shocked that the jury didn't weigh that he could lie to his wife and lie to a mistress and be so dirty as a human being, but take weight in what he says on the stand. It baffles me.
And did you tell your wife that you had been threatened and that she should take the kids and get out of the house?
Words to that effect.
Okay. And to the best of your understanding, was your wife complying with that?
Yes, she did comply with that.
And did you go over to your house after you left your office to get anything?
No, I did not.
And where did you go to stay that night?
Armand says, I don't know details about this case except for the infamy at the time. Now I am swayed by many injustices. I tell you, Armand, like, yes, when I say yesterday, I went down the rabbit hole from the moment I woke up till, well, it was still playing on my TV when I went to sleep. Like, I had my tablet going, I had my TV going, I had my phone going. I was researching everything that I was hearing, and I just couldn't believe. And like I said, I was ashamed of myself. Does anyone know why he lost his license? Jamie, do you want to take this?
Yeah, I was heating up food. Sorry. He lost his license because, for one, he was sleeping with his patients, which is unethical. I believe that he was also, it wasn't just in this case to where he was breaking confidentiality in other patients and stuff like that. So he was just a real scumbag as a, what was he considering himself? A psychiatrist or a therapist? Which one?
Therapist.
I don't remember. Yeah. So he was just violating a lot of the rules that you're supposed to follow. Just like a lawyer who goes out and lies in a courtroom, you can lose your license for that.
And they also had stated they had called the DA and had stated that they were going to revoke his license. And she literally said, "Can you hold off until he testifies?" And it's in her own words. She does an interview to it. There's no speculating on that. She literally tells the camera that they told her they were going to revoke his license. And she says, "Hold off." Honestly, Jamie, when I saw that interview last night, I was like, oh my God. First off, why would you admit to that? They didn't ask her that question. She divulged that question. It was unbelievable. Tally
It's
girl
easy.
friends.
It's easy as to why she would just divulge that. It was because she was sitting there and she's thinking that nothing that she says is going to change the outcome of this case at this point. She felt pretty much like she had armor around her. She was going to do whatever she wanted to. She thought she was going to win this no matter what. And she did eventually.
Yeah, but like this interview that I watched was, I think it was recorded a month ago, because they were asking her about them getting released. So it was a new interview, and she.
Okay, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about one from when they were going to court and stuff. I was like, well, if she had said it then, because I didn't see that one. If she had said it then, it was because she felt bulletproof. That's the word I was looking for.
And she said it. She said it about a month ago because they interviewed her, asking what she thought about them getting released, and that's when she came out with the comment, "Listen, all you TikTokers out there."
Oh, that's right. You're right. Okay.
I've got guns all around. So, like, wow. And Shress as well. Thanks, Crimes Untangled. Tally Girl. Apparently, he now runs sex seminars in Washington or Oregon.
That's gross.
Are you serious, Tally Girl? I'm going to have to look into him more. Ought to give you some insight into how powerful the state is once someone is accused. Yep. I agree. Like, her sitting there in that chair doing that interview and saying those words, like, they told me his license was going to be revoked, and I said, can you give me another week till after he testifies? It's gross. It's absolutely gross.
I went to the home of Judalyn Smith.
Now, you have told us very, very explicit language, Dr. Azil, that you were in fear of imminent murder at the hands of Eric and Lyle Menendez that night. Is that right?
Yeah, I can argue about it.
Is that how you felt? Imminent danger of murder at the hands of Eric and Lyle Menendez?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And therefore, you wanted to put yourself out of danger. Is that right?
That would be correct.
And I think you've also said that you thought your wife and children would be in danger.
That's correct.
And you love your wife and children, do you not, Dr. Azil?
Enough to
Yes,
sleep
I
with
do.
the mistress.
So you had your wife take the kids and go to a
Yes, I do.
Sorry.
Excuse me, doctor. Do you have to think about if you love your wife and children? Shouldn't that just be yes, I do, not yes, I
Well,
do.
isn't my mistress sitting outside?
Yeah, right. You're gonna meet her soon. Oh,
hotel. Is that what you did?
No, that's not correct.
Well, she went to a neighbor's that first night.
That's correct.
And you didn't seek to be with your wife and children to look over them at this time of great danger.
Tally
I just
says
pulled
that
up.
DA obviously.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You know me. I'm like keyboard happy here. So I just pulled up where it says Dr. Jerome Oziel, the therapist of the Menendez brothers, is now known as Jerry Oziel and lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He works at the Marital Mediation Center, where he helps couples resolve conflicts.
How does he do that when he was a serial friggin'? Oh, jeez, my God,
I'll tell you how he's helping the couples. No, I'm kidding, because it'd just be trouble. I wonder how many of those wives he's sleeping with.
Oh my God, that is seriously. Oh,
That's what I'm reading right now.
but how can he do that? Does he not have to have a license to do that?
I don't think, like, to go into okay, think about what are they called? The people who get paid to make you happy, like life coaches, right? You don't have to have a license to be a life coach. So maybe you don't have to have a license in New Mexico to help people with their marital issues. I'm sleepy. I've had like 10 mistresses, but my marriage is great. Let me tell you how to do it.
Right? Can you, Crimes, can you send me that link to that in an email?
Yeah.
Tally Gal says the DA obviously doesn't have any ethics, and her threats towards TikTokers at the end of the documentary shows she's a bit of an extremist as well. I'm so glad she wasn't the one to convict them. She was the one. She was oh wait. No, she didn't do the second trial. Sorry. I apologize. No, she didn't do the second trial.
Okay, let me pull this up and copy paste it to you.
You are licensed by the state, and just because one state revokes your license doesn't mean you can't get licensed in another. Are you
That's
kidding
true.
me?
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's true too, depending on what it is. Because you can have a license in multiple states as long as you pass the test. So I didn't even think about that option also.
Are you kidding me?
Nah. Fun times. I'm telling you, I bet his patients are like, those couples are doing great now. The husbands all have like 5 mistresses. The wife is on Xanax, and it's a great time. Great time for everybody.
Thank you, Shiraz, for pointing that out. Like I said, to anybody new in the chat, I'm from Canada, so it's great when chat points stuff out to me that goes on in the United States, because our laws some are similar and some aren't, but at least I appreciate that. Thank you, Shiraz, for pointing that out.
I don't know why I didn't even think about that.
That is so shocking to me. Yeah, that's right, Tally Girl. I spoke wrong. They didn't want her for the second trial. Yeah.
Oh, I think I sent it.
Like corrupt cops. Mm-hmm.
I sent it to you, Rochelle.
Okay, thank you. V says, me too, Canada gang. Where in Canada are you from, V? This is how bad cops, bad doctors, bad dentists, etc. keep practicing. That's
true. That's true.
This is mind-blowing to me.
If if Michael Jackson's doctor wasn't in prison, he'd probably be in another state trying.
This is because Canada-wide, like your license is Canada-wide. You lose it, right? No. Manitoba, Ontario here, V. That's the good old USA of A, or the US of A for you. The good old USA. Yeah, I usually say just United States, or depending on who I'm talking about, I'll say the USA. or USA, but usually it's just the US. I'll usually just say the US. That is scary, actually. Isn't it, V? Like, to think, I'm just in this where I am in Canada, to think that somebody could lose their license here in Ontario and then just go across the border into Manitoba and be licensed. It's insanity. Wow, guys, thank you so much for pointing that out.
Danger.
Actually, I thought that if I was with my wife and children, that would increase their danger immeasurably, because my fear was that that Eric and Lyle might that evening have come looking for me. They knew where I lived.
Becky says, unfortunately, there are a lot of loopholes in our laws, and they're definitely from state to state. And following different cases in different states, it baffles me that how different some states and their laws are from another state. It's quite shocking. Hello, Monarch. Welcome back. Eve, all. Happy Thanksgiving to all Canadians. Thank you. I made my turkey dinner for one, and I've got too much leftovers. Sounds like Jody Hillebrand. Yes, it does.
Oh man, that woman.
Did you have your Thanksgiving, Monarch?
And I was afraid that if, in fact, in some way, they could have followed me to where I was, they would have found me with my wife and children. The reason I stayed away from my wife and children was specifically to be protective of them.
So for the safety of his family, he's not going to call police. So I don't see how anybody could say this with a straight face and believe that his credibility is not starting.
USA has better laws and a real... Oh, you know what?
I don't think so.
You never ever... No, give me 1 second. You never ever on this channel hear me disparage the United States in any way. In any way. So I will not stand for you disparaging Canada in any way. Fancy fiction.
I'm curious as to what better laws we have.
Often as entity self-supervising itself does not. Oh, yeah. Right. Priesthood, pedos. Absolutely. And that's like I said, and for example, like I said, how lawyers, and I'm not disparaging lawyers, I'm just saying they don't really like to come out and talk about each other. They don't like to do that. They don't like to call them out on each other. Police don't like doing it. Doctors don't like doing it. It's just saying priests don't like doing it, which my God, they should be. Like I was raised Catholic. I understand. Do I support the BS? No, I do not. But it's in everything. It's religion, it's government, it's everything. There's corruption everywhere, and it takes people to stand up to that corruption. And I saw the corruption in this case, and that's why I'm doing the live, because it needs to be called out. But seriously.
To crumble. So are we actually supposed to believe that he was directly threatened, chose not to call police, and then chose not to stay with his family for their protection and instead spend the night with his mistress? We'll get into the reasons specifically why he did that. But this all starts to sound.
Shiraz says, this is true, and the state licensing boards are mostly reluctant to punish one of their own. Exactly.
That's true also.
Like we see it with, we see it with, look at Rashbaum. We see it with there. He literally should be reprimanded. He's probably just going to get a little swat on the wrist, and that's it. It's disgusting.
Exactly.
The U.S. and Canada have been partners forever. Having difference between doesn't make either one wrong. No. And my ex-brother-in-law fought alongside the Americans And I'm telling you right now,
Oh my goodness, knock it off. It's not about that. This is not. Please show our military respect.
could be invaded by Russia.
First of all, I'm an Army brat, first of all, and I went to basic training. Let's stop. When it comes to our military, let's stop.
No, but
I have complete respect for our military.
Jamie,
Knock it off.
Jamie,
Yeah.
give me a second. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
How do I not show the U.S. military respect? And I just said my brother-in-law fought alongside the U.S. military when we were peacekeepers. 9/11 happened. Not one of our men or women just wanted to put that peacekeeper helmet on. They wanted to be alongside the brothers and their sisters, and they fought. We lost many lives fighting. And let me tell you about Russia invading. Do you know? Go ahead there, OG. Tell me how many times Russia tests the airspace. Tell me which country's there first. I can tell you, they test our airspace almost 3 times a week. I live where the jets fly out. I see the jets storming out. So talk about who's keeping who safe from Russia. Anyway, I'm not banning you, but I'm not paying attention to you anymore. Heard, hey Christine, welcome. Heard not all schools multi-state checks, just statewide, so predators can hop state to state. It's disgusting. Guess who came running to help the U.S. after 9/11? Thank you, Shiraz. Thank you. Your opinion is absolutely wrong, and you should be freaking ashamed of yourself for that opinion. Freaking ashamed. You need to educate yourself on that. Because if it wasn't for the Canadians watching the airspace, Russia would get through. Jeannie Poll can't stand it. Only 13 watching, but you're threatening. Says a lot about you, silly rabbit. Who's this, Jeannie? Who's the silly rabbit? And am I threatening?
No, threatened.
Oh.
Read it again. Read it again, Rochelle.
Can't stand it. Only 13 watching, but you're threatened. Yeah. You've never disrespected the U.S. military. Not sure why she's so upset. Yeah, I don't get it. And you don't have to worry about banning me, OG. I don't follow.
Do you not pay?
I don't follow either.
Ludicrous once we're really getting deeper into this.
Follow you. They could have been out there lurking. Didn't you consider that?
Yes, they could have been.
And so if they were out there lurking, you were about to lead them to your girlfriend. Is that right?
Well, if in fact they were out there lurking, that would be correct.
So now let's jump ahead a couple more minutes so he can explain why instead of just staying by himself, he chose to stay with her, if that was putting her in such imminent danger.
I did not believe that it was going to be very easy to not have her just not have her be around or have an association with me.
You mean you couldn't avoid being around her? What you're saying? She followed you. She showed up in your house. She dogged your steps. She stalked you. Is that what you mean? You couldn't physically separate from this person?
Sustain.
Are you saying you couldn't physically avoid this person?
I'm saying that I think it might have been difficult for a number of reasons.
So essentially the claim is he couldn't get away from her the night that he claimed he was threatened. Therefore, she was in the sphere of danger, and therefore her having access to who they were and having access to those tapes and all of that was appropriate because she was then by proxy going to potentially be harmed. And therefore, that is what the basis for breaking confidentiality is based on. And without this exact situation, there would be no case. To me, this is, once again, completely ridiculous. And I don't see how something like this hasn't been revisited where they go, the confession is not admissible because this is not reliable. This claim does not seem to be credible. Now he's talking a little bit about his relationship with Judalon Smith.
So would it be fair to say that you start having a sexual relationship with her, and after about a month of that, you want to get away from her.
Okay. You want it? Rochelle? Rochelle, are you muted? Or am I the only person who can't hear Rochelle?
Oh, am I? Can you
Yeah,
hear me
okay, now I can hear you. Yeah. I was like, are you going to take this? Because you were really quiet.
Oh, sorry. Welcome, Mac. I know nothing about the Menendez brothers. That's okay. Shiraz is throwing apples. I wasn't muted. I don't know what happened. I was in the private chat. Maybe that did something.
Oh.
I know nothing about the Menendez. You know what? We're all debating it here, Max. So if you have questions, I'm sure chat, myself, or Crimes Untangled can.
Well, I could do a really, really quick recap of what's going on in that case. Like really quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In 1989, the Menendez brothers, Lyle and Eric, they offed their two parents, their mom and their dad. Oh, I don't know why I said that. Anyways, okay. They had said that there had been SA throughout their entire lives and that they had no other way out. Basically, that comes down to it. They went to 2 trials. The first trial was a hung jury for both of them. They had 2 separate juries in the first trial, and it was hung juries all the way around, so they were retried. But in the second trial, the SA defense wasn't allowed in, and they were convicted, and they have been behind bars for over 35 years now. There you go. And now the case is being relooked at because a member of the band Menudo has come out and said that their dad had also SA'd him. He says that Ricky Martin may also have been SA'd. And there's a letter that was 8 months before the offing of the parents that had been sent to a cousin from one of the brothers, where he was saying that it's only getting worse, basically stating that at 19 years old or 20, I think he was 21, he was still being SA'd by his dad. And that's where we're at.
Thanks, Jamie. You did a quick. I would have taken too long. I would talk too much.
That's okay.
Jeannie says, sorry, should have been clear who I was talking about. No, that's okay. I should have.
I understood you. That's why I told her to read it again.
Crimes Untangled understood.
Something like that.
Did you give her therapy during the time that you knew her?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever give her drugs?
Absolutely not.
She sued you claiming that, didn't she?
She claimed it.
You settled the lawsuit, didn't you?
I didn't settle it. No.
Your insurer did.
The insurance company settled it, but I have a pending claim against Miss Smith.
They settled it for between $400,000 and $500,000, did they not?
So he very clearly acknowledges having an affair with Miss Smith. Now, one of the challenges with this is, once again, this goes along with the idea that he will lie to get what he wants. That's what cheating is. You are lying. You are in a married relationship and you are going outside of that marriage. That inherently is a lie. So that's another part where we can see that he, in fact, by his own admission, is having a sexual affair outside of his own marriage.
On the tapes.
And I am very, very happy for you, Fancy. I was doing a really fast recap of it. I wasn't going into all the details because I could go into an hour-long recap of it, if not longer.
Shiraz says, well done, Jamie. I have a very difficult time summarizing pretty much everything. Yeah, and I would have taken longer. So I appreciate you.
I had to write case briefings. I'm used to having to summarize really quickly.
Miss Smith made for the police. Can your voice be heard threatening that she will die if she goes to the police?
No, my voice can be heard warning them that I thought that Eric or Lyle would kill her if she went to the police.
And when she said to you, Eric and Lyle will be in jail, they can't kill me, you said, well, I'm going to make sure I'm going to put your name and the names of your friends in a file and make sure that they know that I'm not responsible for giving out the information. Do you remember saying that?
No, I don't remember it, but it sounds like something that I could have said based upon the fact that she was threatening to go to the police, and she had previously threatened to falsely tell Eric and Lyle that I had been telling multiple people about the fact that they had they had committed the murder of their parents, which is totally false.
So right here, once again, he seems to be acknowledging that he's willing to say things or do things that are either manipulative or say things that are not true if it gets the
Read
results
the
that he
private
needs. Because
chat,
he's saying
Jamie.
Judalyn Smith essentially
Yes,
has to be
ma'am.
controlled, and so I will do these things if I have to control her, because otherwise she might have gone to police. Right now, they're challenging whether or not Judalyn Smith was a patient of his. So they're showing a document that he signed that basically said she had a specific disorder. Watch his reaction to this right here.
And it's signed by you, correct?
Appears to be.
Well, do you have any doubt about that?
I don't remember the letter. So the city.
Max says, ask a Canadian or U.S. soldier what they think about each other if you really want to know what they think. Absolutely, Mac. My brother-in-law, I'm now divorced, but I still call him, and I have ultimate, unbelievable respect. And he actually, Chris, can't remember Chris's last name. He was the sniper, the movie that everybody has seen. He was alongside with Chris, and every time my brother-in-law come home, he wanted to go back because he said his brothers were over there dying and he needed to be with his brothers. And it wasn't just Canadian brothers. He said it was his American brothers too. So absolutely 100. The respect is on both sides.
That cat's so adorable. Sorry.
Yeah.
It made me
Both
smile.
sides. I've never heard an American soldier say anything bad about a Canadian soldier or vice versa. And it's, for me, when our men and women took off that peacekeeping hat at 9/11 and refused to go as peacekeepers, that says a lot. Chris Kyle, thank you, Armand. I couldn't think of Chris's last name. I could not think of Chris's last name. But my brother-in-law was also a sniper, and he was many, many times a relief for Chris, and Chris the other way around.
Signature looks like it's mine, but I don't recall the letter.
You think it might be a forgery?
Didn't say that. I said I don't recall the letter.
So here's a letter that potentially, and may have been used in the lawsuit that was against him, that he won't acknowledge his own signature on. He's saying that he doesn't remember it, but he won't answer things directly. He won't just say yes or no, it's not my signature. We'll just keep watching.
I'm asking you, you recognize your own signature, do you not?
It appears to be my signature.
So we'll take a look at it.
I did take a look at it.
And do you know your own signature?
Roughly, that looks like it resembles my signature.
Well, when you say resembles, is there a doubt in your mind based on you're writing your own signature, whether that's your signature on that letter?
It looks like my signature. I don't recall the letter.
The question is that your signature based on your, let me back up. Do you know what your own signature looks like?
Well, specifically, Ms. Smith called me and told me that she was having these symptoms, and she asked me to do her a favor. I'm assuming that that's what this letter relates to. And the favor had to do with her having a small claims court hearing where she felt that she wasn't feeling good and was having panic attack symptoms and so on and so forth, and said she was going to lose her case if, in fact, she didn't get some sort of an excuse or letter or something, putting it in writing so she could use it to try to get a small claims court extension so she wouldn't lose several $1,000s in rent she was due or something of that nature.
So basically, he's acknowledging that he would be willing to write a letter that he seemingly doesn't believe in for court. He's acknowledging that he's willing to lie as a favor. Clearly, this would not be ethical. Just to be super clear, writing a letter for somebody like that, that's not ethical. So I would be willing to do things that are not ethical.
Armand, sir, if it looks like it, smells like it, tastes like it, then it's your signature. Right? Oh, this guy.
as a favor to somebody. Does that not undermine his credibility with everything so far? Let's keep going. Now, reading from some transcripts from tapes recorded by Judalon Smith.
In answer to your question, well, who'd you think it came from, Elvis Presley? And Miss Smith saying, yeah, I'm going to write the Inquirer and tell them. And you said that Elvis is alive and singing songs in my bedroom. That's good. They'll put you away in the loony bin for sure. And Smith saying, I'll send them a videotape. And you saying, yeah, right. I'll kill you, or I'll just leave a message for Lyle. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I don't. But if I did, it would have been a joke. But I don't remember making it at all.
That's a joke.
So if
That's
what
a
is
joke.
being reported right here is accurate, he's using Lyle as a way to control, as a way to threaten. Does this sound like somebody who feels threatened to you? Let's listen to this part again. And at least according to what was read, he said, I'll kill you, even though he's now claiming that maybe that was a joke. I'm going to let it play, and then we're going to keep going.
Videotape. And you saying, yeah, right. I'll kill you, or I'll just leave a message for Lyle. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I don't. But if I did, it would have been a joke. But I don't remember making it at all.
So you didn't make it, but if you did make it, it was a joke, is your answer.
No, my answer is I don't recall any of that conversation.
Now, I've been going in chronological order over all of this, and this is actually the final day of his testimony. And now he's going to be talking some about Eric and his impressions of Eric the day that he confessed, or the initial day on October 31st.
Before you called Lyle, what words of threat did Eric use against you?
Eric used no words of threat against me before I called Lyle.
And what words of threat did Eric use against you after you called Lyle but before Lyle arrived?
Eric used no words of threat throughout the entire 1031 session. He did not threaten me specifically.
He didn't threaten you unspecifically either, did he?
No, I did not feel threatened by Eric in the 1031 session.
And yet you told Judalon Smith the things that Eric had told you, didn't you? Eric doesn't threaten you on October 31st, correct?
Eric didn't verbally threaten me on October 31st.
Eric didn't threaten you in any way on October 31st, did he?
The fact that Eric and Lyle were sitting and talking in the Jeep, and Lyle was telling me that what he was going to do basically was to talk about, or implying to me very strongly that he was going to be talking about killing me, and he was talking with Eric about it, definitely led me to believe that Eric and Lyle were sitting in the Jeep talking about killing me, which in fact they were.
So now he's saying that his fantasy was that they were talking about him in the Jeep, and it just so happens that the next
His fantasy. Go ahead.
All I said was his spidey senses were tingling.
Yep.
Unless he had a bug in the car, unless he had a bug in that Jeep and he could hear plainly what they were saying, or he was standing out there with them, then it had to have been his spidey senses. That's all.
Yep. His superpowers. Super hearing.
next session, they said exactly that. They were talking about killing him in the Jeep. Therefore, according to him, even though he felt zero threat from Eric during the session, during any time of the 1031 session, as he said.
Welcome, September. He lost his hair from stress and the pressure put on him to be the best. 100% agree with that.
Yes.
100% agree. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
That because they must have been talking about him in the Jeep, that he was then allowed to tell Judalon Smith what had happened and was able to break confidentiality, including Eric's.
Well, you didn't know that on October 31st. They didn't tell you that to November 2nd. Isn't that true?
It's true I didn't know it for a fact, but I clearly must have been correct about what I was perceiving because that's exactly what they were doing. Okay.
Then he doesn't threaten you on his way out of the room, does he?
Who is he?
Eric.
I know it for a fact. You know what? Like you just came in, but I did a lot of going down rabbit holes on this case yesterday and last night, and the hair loss is absolutely that. Absolutely. You look at his family, any of his family pictures or their family pictures. Oh, September, you knew them. Well, if you still know them, tell them there's people out here rooting for them. You look at all the family photographs and all of this, not one male in their family lineage has hair loss like that. None. His father, no. His uncles, no.
Well, you'd have to look at the mom's side, actually. It's the mom's side that carries that one. But either way, I mean, look at Eric.
Yeah.
I mean, so I was just saying, but on that other point, because my brother is completely bald now, and yet on our father's side, everybody has a full set of hair.
See, and here in my family, it's opposite. If the females, like, so my cousin, his mom has hair loss issues, but his dad doesn't, and he's the same way, and the daughter's the same way.
Oh, hold on.
They have no issues whatsoever. So
Shrez is saying that she can't see September's comments.
oh,
But I'm glad that they know though, September.
I'm sorry, Shiraz. I'll read them off to you. So September says, I know it for a fact. And then I believe it says just saying. I don't know why.
Because I see them.
Armand says they can't see. Very strange. Me too.
That's weird. I see them. But you know what? I don't see them. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, no, I see them here, Rochelle. I'm not seeing them on YouTube.
Oh, because okay, sorry guys, I understand what's going on. So I will put them up on. Armand, do you see them when I put them up on the screen?
Well, I see them when you put them up on the screen.
Okay. Because Crimes Untangled has linked her chat, so you're not seeing it in our YouTube chat because they're in her YouTube chat. Okay, so yeah, you're seeing it on this. You won't see it in the chat, but that's what it is. So I will make sure any of the linked ones go up.
So September said they also knew them, and his father would grab him by his hair out of the water when he messed up swimming.
Yeah. So
Lovely
sorry guys, I didn't realize that. So I will make sure any of the ones that are coming up with the linked button that I put them on the screen. I apologize for that. Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that link either at first. Okay.
No, not blocked. It's just because she's coming from another channel. But hey, see this one here. Hey, Quinn, welcome.
Being Kaylin.
V said sub to you also. Thanks, V.
Aw, thank you.
Shrai says, oh, wow, okay, I didn't know we had a whole other chat room was hanging with us. Yeah, Crimes Untangled is streaming this on her channel also. So that is, I didn't realize. September, I know you just come in, and I will be completely honest with you. I am a victim myself of same thing, but not by a parent. And I was very ashamed of myself yesterday because I didn't give the same weight to a male victim as I was giving to a female victim. And that's why I'm doing this live tonight, to own my mistakes and to speak up for male victims. And I appreciate you being in here. And I hope you'll join us again because I'm very interested in what you have to say.
No, Eric didn't threaten me.
And you go downstairs later And Eric's sitting in the Jeep and you have some further brief conversation with Lyle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you go back in your office and you don't see them again that night, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did you see them again?
Well, I saw them sitting in the Jeep.
From where?
The best of my recollection, I may have seen them sitting in the Jeep from my office.
I know it may be
Now it's
challenging
way
to
that
fully
hard.
grasp all of these details.
I've seen them sitting in the Jeep. I know what they were talking about in the Jeep. Now I may have seen them sitting in a Jeep. Like, make up your mind, buddy. Becky says, thank you for the info, September Moon. Shiraz says, yeah, we had the same thing happen when Bob and Jay started streaming together. Dual streams don't combine the chat rooms. No, unfortunately not. Whoa, where am I? So you right now, Mac, you're in Crimes Untangled live, but Crimes Untangled is a guest of mine over at Crime&Coffee. Did you put my link in your chat for them?
You know what? I'm gonna go double check. I know I put that because I didn't even write a description yet. So I know that I put, well, I might have done a little, anyways, I know I put the name of your channel there. I'm going to go check right now to make sure that I put the link there because I was doing it in a hurry. So I will do that right now.
Thank you. That is so horrible, September. Yep. Indigenous should be counted as victims too, looking at you, Canada.
I'm trying to see, like, what? I'm not seeing where I can adjust that right now.
No, just put it in your chat.
Okay. Sorry.
Just put the link in your chat.
No, gotcha. I can do that. No problem. I was like, because I don't see how I can edit my thing as we're doing this. So let me go do that real quick. All right, keep talking.
I'm just gonna laugh that one off.
On which one?
I'm just gonna laugh that one off because I guarantee our Indigenous people get.
Yes, my ancestors absolutely should have been considered. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I am a registered Native American. Yes, they were.
Yes, but I am. I looking at you, Canada. You don't know what happens up here with our Indigenous people. My God. So don't tell me we don't treat. And first off, I'd like for you to tell an Indigenous person in Canada that they should be classed as victims. I would like for you to try that one. Not going over so well. They actually waited before they called the police in the foyer, waiting to see if anyone was going to call the police, or at least 29 minutes before going to set up their alibi. I agree. I believe that. Because from what I believe it was Lyle I heard say, that when they came back, they couldn't believe nobody was there. Laugh out loud. What? No one said Indigenous are not victims. Yeah, but they don't even Manitoba, Ontario. Like I live 5 minutes away from a reservation. I live 5 minutes away from a reservation.
I did that backwards. You can hit me. No, I didn't. Okay, I got it.
There is victimization of Indigenous people. Yes. 100%. But I'm Indigenous myself, so broad of you to assume no one considers us them. No, I'm just saying I know that I know Indigenous people are victimized. Absolutely. I'm just speaking for the ones here, First Nations. And if you go up to them and say something like that, they will lose their bloody mind. They lose their mind because the First Nations Tyendinaga territory that is just like 5 minutes down the road from me does not like to wear that. It's a whole new, and V, I respect your Indigenous I respect that. I have absolutely no problem with Indigenous people at all. I have many friends that are Indigenous. I have friends that live in Manitoba that are Indigenous. So I just, that was a very disgusting thing for you to say, Fancy. A very disgusting thing. And if police would have paid attention to what they were telling them. Yep. Well, they even said, right? You even had some of the officers on this interview that I watched saying, we didn't even check for gunshot residue. That's okay, V. I just didn't want you to take any offense to it. No, I take no credit. I take no credit. Absolutely. I will not take any credit for Indigenous.
That happened. But Rochelle, that happened here too. So it's disgusting that they would even that would even be said, because we have in the bordering schools, or whatever they wanted to call it, for my ancestors, where my ancestors would pass away there, and then they were just buried, no name, no nothing at all in this country. I'm in the United States, and that happened here too. So
no, and I take no credit whatsoever. You know who deserves the credit is Indigenous people standing up for their rights. That's who deserves the credit. Nobody else deserves any credit but our Indigenous people. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not even going into it with somebody that's uneducated in the facts. Sorry, I think my program is, oh, there we go. It should be back up now. Of course, it has to stay on that one. Can you hear me?
I can.
There's a storm here, guys, so I'm having, I think it's...
You're frozen. We can hear your voice. We can't, like, you're not moving, though. You're frozen. You're like a picture. Uh-oh. Who wants to sing Kumbaya? Okay, let's see. Is this going to need to get a rise? Oh, wait. What did I miss? I have to go up a little further. I'm used to Rochelle controlling this. Okay. They're on themselves on purpose, mind you. You think so? Because they tried to hide it for a while. Again, I'm on the side of the brothers, in the sense of, like, yes, they should have been punished, because yes, Emma still am. However, after the crimes that were committed against them by their parents, I don't think that 35 plus years, they should still be sitting behind bars. That's just ridiculous to me. Shiraz, let's sing Kumbaya. I actually don't know, like, all of the what's calls to it, though. I'd have to go back to my church days, and those weren't very fun. Gotta love being LDS. The Beverly Hills Police were idiots. Yes. They were also extremely corrupt. Very corrupt. I mean, we can even look at the murder of Tupac. It was a very corrupt system back then. I'm not going to say it's still corrupt today, but I think that we see bad ones in every single one of them. They have been in over 35 years. Why? See, they were arrested. It happened in 89. I'm not going to math this one. Rochelle did the math. Rochelle did the math on that. Since 1989, they've been in jail and prison. So how many years is that? Yeah, thank you.
It was 35 years so far.
Yeah. I was going to start singing Kumbaya.
There you go. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going through the this, and I was kind of answering questions here and there where I saw them, but I wish less.
I have decided that when Boone takes a stand, I'm playing Cyndi Lauper's She Bop. I feel like at this point they exist merely to get a rise. That's all it is. That's all that it is, B. It's all that it is. They've caused a lot of grief. They've and they're trying to make grief with other people. September says the Beverly Hills police were idiots.
Yeah, I already went on that one.
Yeah.
They were corrupt. They were corrupt then. I'm sure that in every police department you have some bad apple, so to speak. So, and the brothers did. They felt extremely. They still do to this day. They still feel bad about it. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe not that their father is now not in their lives, but maybe like how it went, like how it happened.
Well, and here's the thing, right? Eric felt so bad he had to say something. He had to tell someone. The amount of guilt that he had in him was evident. It was evident.
September, I'm seeing all your comments.
Yep. Yeah. September Moon, yep. The reason other people aren't seeing your comments unless I put them on the screen is because you're in Crimes Untangled
Way
chat.
to try to get them away from me.
No, I'm trying to
kidding.
explain it. I'm trying to explain why, unless I put it on the screen, no people in my chat can't see it. If you were in Crime and Coffee's chat, everybody would be able to see it. That's why.
So that's why I was trying to read them off, where they said they literally told on themselves on purpose, mind you. And then when Eric told the police the room was full of smoke, it would not have been full of smoke 2 hours later. Eric knew that by the way the room would not have been full of smoke. They felt tremendous guilt, and and then they asked, and then they love their parents to this day, and I'm sure they do. I don't doubt that they had love for their parents. It was just a need to get away from them. And I'm not saying that it was the right way to go about getting away from them, but
yeah. So Leah, Crime's voice is echoey. There's an echo. Yeah, she's in a
right
more
now. I am.
You're in a more open room, and it's her mic. That's why it's echoey like that. It always sounds like that.
Sorry.
Now I can talk about Coffee's chat and they won't even know. Yes, because it'll still come through StreamYard, Mac. I still can see it.
Yes.
Yeah, I see September on my TV screen, but not on my iPhone. Yeah, I wish it would integrate. It lets me know you're coming from Crimes Untangled's chat, but I support them. Yep. Way to bust me out. I'm sorry, Mac.
Yeah, because even in my chat, I see everything that's being posted.
Oh, you will. You'll see it in your
Yeah,
chat.
no, that's what I was saying. So I even see everything everybody's writing in my chat. Or in the chat.
Eric is haunted by his mother to this day. I would bet. And they will be. But like I was trying to tell everybody from the research that I done yesterday, these men, not boys, these men have become advocates inside and outside of the prison walls. And they're model. They haven't had a strike against them while in prison. And I'm sorry, show me a prisoner that's been in prison for 30 to 35 years that doesn't have a strike against them. Why the shopping spree? I know why I shop. I can only explain this, Monarch, from my point of view. After being under my ex's power for so long, where I wasn't allowed to have a bank card, he would give me cash and he'd make sure I had brought the receipt back, all of this. So when I got away from that and he was in prison and I was doing well for myself, I got myself to a certain point, I would just go out and buy, do this, do that. I didn't care. And it wasn't because of the fact I had the money to do it. No, it was the fact that I didn't have to answer to anybody anymore. I didn't have to ask permission. I didn't have to. So it wasn't a shopping spree for therapy. It was fuck you. I don't have to ask for permission.
I still
I
think
think
it was partly the other thing too. I honestly think if they believed that they were out of the will, they believed that they weren't getting any money. It was, let me spend this money on these cars, these Rolexes, and everything else. I could sell them later, and I'm going to have money in my pocket to survive.
could be. Becky says, or Tally Gal says, at Becky Iron, I have a friend who is a public defender in Wisconsin who has some Native American as clients. She finds their culture very interesting and appreciates their perspective on the world. 100%. I go 5 minutes down the road to buy my smokes, to buy my gas, I do whatever I can to support that reservation. And they got some right good restaurants too.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Gypsy Rose was set free. What makes so special? Eric and Lyle didn't lie, but she was a whole. Yeah, and that's exactly my point today that I was making, September, was if a woman was to do this, chances are people would say the bastard deserved it. But because it was young men, it was completely different. And I needed to own that I was part of that problem. I don't think they're a threat to society. I do not think they're a threat to society. We got said that tonight that if they murdered once, they'll do it again. They're a threat to society if they get out. And I said, well, then Canada is the most dangerous country to live in.
Yeah. And I said, unless they have another pair of parents, because those are the only people they ever done anything to. And it was people they said had victimized them for 20 plus years.
Yep.
So unless they have somebody, they're not a threat to anybody outside.
No. Max says I could sell one Rolex and survive for quite a while. Are you right? September says they have a right to defense, and in the second trial, the rights were completely violent. Absolutely. 100%.
They weren't given the defense. Their defense was taken away. It was taken from them. It was the prosecution made sure they had no defense.
Yeah, they might as well not even had a trial. It was so disgusting. So disgusting. So I'm going to put Dr. G back on because I don't understand why.
To the nitty gritty. What does that mean? Do you know, Rochelle? The nitty gritty. The nitty gritty.
Nitty gritty?
Yeah, have you heard that saying?
Yeah, I say nitty gritty all the time.
What exactly does it mean? I say it, I don't know what it means.
Getting into it, right? Getting in the dirt, like getting your hands dirty, going into the trenches type thing. Nitty gritty. How did they get the essay removed from their trial? They didn't
have it taken away.
Yeah, go ahead on that. I got to reload, Doctor.
No, that's basically they went and did their God, it's been a long day, where they have to go and basically put out what's going to be in the trial or what's not going to be allowed in the trial. And the prosecution fought really, really hard to keep the essay out of it.
Yeah.
That's just the quick and easy way to say it.
Armand Fence says, what is Crimes Untangled's channel about? Well, she's been doing a lot of the P. Diddy, which thank God she is, because I'm staying right away from that mess. I'm staying right away from that.
I'm doing the Menendez. I do P. Diddy, all the diddling around with that. And then also when I need some downtime from Diddying, I just do gaming stuff, but that's just for my fun.
Shiraz says, essentially the bare bones, the main point, the important stuff, the heart of the matter. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Shiraz.
Max says, P. Diddy, the rapper,
I hate when people call him a rapper because he made money off of people he found. He's not talented.
Okay,
so they can't sue the state of California because they did commit the crimes. They can sue Netflix and other things that have put this information out about them that was wrong. So they can sue for defamation. But I don't think that they're going to have any case against the state of California. They admitted that they did commit the murders. I just don't see where they would. I can look more into it. I can ask a lawyer friend of mine,
But you
just don't see it.
you also have to remember the reason Johnny Depp took Amber Heard out of California to sue for defamation was because you can't do it's virtually impossible to do that in California.
Florida too. You can't, like, Florida is the worst when it comes to that. I was gonna say something, but I won't.
Hello, Tattles. Welcome. No, go ahead and say what you need to say.
No, it was just a little side note. I was gonna say, did you know that in South Korea, you can basically anybody, it could be a friend, like somebody on the street who says something about you, and you can sue them for defamation.
Wow.
South Korea is crazy about it, but I still want to go there.
No YouTube channel in South Korea.
Yes, there is. I have many, though. That's not true.
You'd have to be very careful what you say then. Diddy is next level sick. Absolutely.
Oh, he's disgusting.
Leah, I was glad to see that P. Diddy lost on the third attempt to get bond. I was too.
There's no place on this earth to where he's getting out. Not at all. Like during this, I can't say that some jury won't find this creep. Oh, I can't even say the words. Anyways, but there's no chance in hell that he's getting out before his hearing or before the trial. There's no way. It's not happening.
And September says yes, because if there are rights to a fair trial in the second trial, they could sue. They could. I'm not going to say they can't. I'm not going to say they can. But honestly, September, do you think these guys are actually going to? I honestly see them getting out
and living a life.
And again,
I'm not going to sit here and say they absolutely have no path to suing. It's hard. Okay, sure. Sorry. I just don't see, I don't see how they do it because of what I've already said, but I'm sure that there is an avenue that they could go down for it if they really want to. I think that these guys, when they get out, I think these guys are going to want to try to put this behind them and live their life. I mean, at least one of them, sorry, I had a hiccup. At least one of them is married now. I'm sure he wants to live a normal life.
I will be glad if they get out and they continue their advocacy. That would make me very happy. And you know what? Honestly, if they can and they have the right, they should. But I just don't see them doing it. I see them trying to have a life. Armand Fence. So have you seen the sick stuff he asked his wife to do? He's so gross. Yeah, it's disgusting. Oh, spamming your channel now.
Huh? Oh, well.
And you don't see them again that night, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did you see them again?
Well, I saw them sitting in the Jeep.
From where?
The best of my recollection, I may have seen them sitting in the Jeep from my office.
I know it may be challenging to fully grasp all of these details because they're really strange.
Well, I definitely would go shopping when I got out for clothes, for food, for, necessities. So I would also go shopping when I got out of jail.
There's just no reason. There's just no reason. There's no reason for those comments. There's just none. It's shameful.
I enjoy them. I enjoy some of them.
It's just shameful, to be honest. It's shameful.
But in essence, on November 2nd, he said they claimed that on October 31st, Eric and Lyle were sitting talking about how they were going to murder him and laughing, thinking about what it must feel like if he was up there looking down. And now he's saying that after they got in their Jeep, he in fact went upstairs to his office and was looking down at him. So we're supposed to think that they knew he was going to do that and that's thinking about. It's also ridiculous It is not credible. This is incredible to me that this is.
I wasn't
Someone says,
mad
tell me where
at
they're going
it.
to get money.
Fancy. Sorry.
I
just laughed
think-
at it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ignore it. Tell me where they're going to get money. Honestly, September, I think they could get a lot of speaking engagements. I think they could. Advocacy programs are going to pay them to speak. I honestly think that is where they can tell their story.
They're going to have to be careful though, because they were convicted of it. They can't make money off of that story necessarily, so to speak. It's the son, the son of Sam law.
They can, because everybody has said that they weren't assaulted. They can be an advocacy for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely for that, yes. And then I was going to say too. Wait, it was up here. Hold on. Is that Sigourney Weaver with that guy, or oh my bad, it's Nicole Kidman. You know what I was gonna say about that is it's funny because during this time, they all had that perm, and it looks like, look at Marsha Clark during OJ's hearing. They all had that really frizzed out, weird looking perm. It was just the night. You gotta love the 90s, right? It was a horrible time.
Yeah,
all the attorneys really like that perm.
They can if they get out. Yeah. And that's, like I said, get a YouTube channel going, boys. It'll be freaking popular. It's Lyle's attorney, Jill, and I'm blanking on her last name. It started with an A, Abrams. Or no, sorry.
I thought Leslie Abrams was Eric's attorney.
Yes. I'm mixing up the names. Yes. Leslie was Eric's, and sorry, I'm just going to go and double check Lyle's attorney.
Sorry. But I thought that Leslie had the perm.
Yeah, it is Leslie that has the perm.
Because that's Eric sitting right there next to her.
Yeah, no, it's Eric.
So that's Leslie Abrams right there.
Yes.
You can't see where I'm swirling my mouse around. That's so funny.
No, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh. Oh, have they said that? They wouldn't be allowed in Canada.
No.
My cousin, a pro skateboarder, wasn't allowed in Canada because of a drinking violation in the United States. And they were going there for some kind of skating, whatever it was. I'm sure one of my sons would be able to say it better. But he was the only one on that bus, on the Zero bus, that couldn't go into Canada.
Leslie Hope Abrams was Eric. Trying to find, they just keep bringing up Abrams. Okay, anyway, I gotta go back to StreamYard here. I can still smell the perm stuff from the 80s, right, Mac? Oh. They can talk about the case if they get freed. Freedom of speech, none can stop them. Leslie Abrams was Eric, and Lyles was Jill something. I think the face.
Jill Lansing.
Sorry, speak again.
Jill Lansing.
Jill Lansing.
Lansing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't be allowed in Canada. Nope.
Has not been revisited more. I'm going to let it keep going for another minute.
They have. In fact, you were asked about that, that you had no recollection of looking out the window or looking down or seeing them in the Jeep. What's that your testimony?
I don't recall. I said I may have seen them in the Jeep.
Well, did you or didn't you?
I don't recall.
So if you don't recall that you saw them in the Jeep, then you can't recall, can you, that you thought they were sitting there talking?
Sustained.
If you didn't see them, how did you know they were sitting there talking?
I knew that wherever they were, based upon what Lyle had just said to me, he basically told me that he was going to go off to discuss murdering me with his brother.
Oh, wait. You're saying he told you, that's the first time you've ever said that.
Counsel, again, is
State to anyone before that Lyle said, I'm going to go down and talk to my brother about murdering you. Did you ever use those words ever before?
I communicated that content, but I stated that he did not use those words, and he did not say, I'm going to go downstairs and talk to my brother about murdering you. But the words he used basically communicated the same concept.
To you.
We'll go ahead and wrap things up here, but let's summarize a little bit of what we saw today. So I basically said that I think for two reasons the Menendez brothers should not be in prison. One of them being that I think that the rules were applied improperly, that I don't think that the reason to break confidentiality was legitimate, and also the credibility of the star witness who provided the confession or who was responsible for recording the confession. There are so many points in this trial that undermine the credibility of all of the statements that he makes. If people want to argue the Menendez brothers should pay for their crimes, that's not what this is about. This is about the idea that breach in confidentiality in this situation was not applied appropriately. How this hasn't been effectively appealed yet is beyond me, because it seems like the only way that they get a confession is if every single thing that Dr. Oziel said would be 100% accurate and true. There were a lot of inconsistencies throughout the entirety of this testimony, and I didn't even go through all of them. There's so much more, but this video would have been like 5 hours long had I actually gone through it all. There's so much more. This was just the stuff that really stood out to me that I thought would be worth talking about. Hopefully at some point these aspects of the case get revisited, because truly the confession is unjust. That should never have been admitted based on the circumstances discussed by Dr. Oziel. So if you have any thoughts or you have anything specific you want me to analyze or anything you want me to include or do another video, please let me know in the comments below. The thing before we get wrapped up is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, thanks for watching. Hey everybody, Dr.
Oh, thanks, Dr. G. That guy is a liar. Absolutely, September. He is right straight. Nothing good out of that man. California has the anti-SLAPP law that makes it difficult for public figures sues for defamation. Yeah. And that's exactly why Johnny Depp had to go somewhere else, because of the whole thing. Oh, you made it over. You made it over, September. Hello. I appreciate you being here, September. Thank you so much for that. This is definitely a controversial subject. I get it. But when I sit and say I advocate for victims, and I fell very short advocating for the Menendez brothers because I had a prejudice in my mind, I felt it was only right to clear that up, own my mistakes. I'm big at owning my mistakes and saying exactly that. I had a prejudice and I'm owning it. So I thank you for being here, and I thank everybody for listening and not coming down on me because I did have that prejudice, and respecting the fact that I'm owning it is what matters. Shrez says, there she is. Jamie, I'm going to mute you for a minute.
That's fine.
You're banging around like crazy. Jose did this to Menudo boys, and others. I would 100% believe that. I'm not old enough to remember it. I feel the complete opposite of what I felt then. Yep. And that's what I said, Shiraz. I was 13, 14. And then when they got put in prison, it kind of just was off the radar, this and that. And I know the other day in my chat, I'm calling myself out on my shit. Who is that guy? It's Dr. G. Shiraz, are you able to put Dr. G's link in chat? Tally Gal says September Moon 33.3. I see you. Yeah, and that's all that it was, guys, was the fact that it was 2 chats going. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Shiraz. The boys, I call them boys, but they're older than I am. But I'm glad they have somebody that supports them. I truly am. And I appreciate you for that. I honestly, guys, 1989, they go to jail. Can you imagine coming out of prison, and it's November 28th or 29th it's going to be spoken on? I think that's what I saw last night. Can you imagine coming out of prison the way the world is now? Enough with your bullshit. Enough. Enough with your bullshit. The person on the stand was the psychiatrist that Eric had went to and said that they had unalived their parents. I know them on a personal level. Well, please pass on to them from me and some chat here that we hope things turn out right for them, and they deserve things to be turn out right for them. September Moon, do you mind sharing how you know them? You go in 89, paradise, come out in 2024, purgatory. Pretty much, right? Jerome Ozell. No, that's fine. You don't have to indulge any of that. We will take your word on that you know them. You have your video on, Rochelle? Oh! Armand! Oh my God! What is wrong with me? I know why it was on. I know why it was on, and I forgot to turn it back off. Oh, I know why it was on, and I didn't turn it back off. That is so bloody funny. Oh. Oh. You, Armand, you are great. Okay. You're not banging around no more, Jamie?
No.
Because I was having a cigarette, and you're not supposed to smoke on YouTube.
Oh, no. I didn't even notice.
I turned it on because someone was being nasty again.
Can you hear me, Rochelle?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't even notice because I have my headphones on, but 2 of my sons had gone outside, so the dogs in the room started like banging on the door trying to get back to them. I didn't even notice because I had headphones on. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's why I just muted you.
No, that's fine.
That is hilarious. And Armand's like, you have your video on, Rochelle.
Way to call us out. Thanks for the help, though.
Yeah, well, hey, that one comment, that was not called for. That was disgusting. And to use a comment that was used for the Markel boys towards the Menendezes, it's just disgusting.
That was a gross comment.
Yeah, like, come on. Oh, wow, several channels I hang out in smoke on screen. I don't know if they've been spanked yet or not. They haven't mentioned it. Oh, well, hopefully I don't.
Are they smoking or vaping? Or does that even make a difference?
Fancy, fuck off. Just fuck off. What a douchebag this woman is. Seriously. Like complete douchebag. I can tell you that Lyle never wants to tell about the essay. He was in a sense forced to, and it hurt him deeply. I guarantee it. I guarantee absolutely. Jamie, do you want to take this one? Does anyone know the source of the info regarding Ricky Martin?
Yeah. Okay. So Ross, another member of Menudo had come out, and I think it was in 2020. I could be wrong. It could have been after that. But he came out and he was talking about the abuse that he endured by Jose's hands. And then he said that he believed that Ricky Martin was also being abused. But Ricky Martin has denied that. He has denied it. And so I'm not going to say that it did happen to Ricky Martin. If it did, it's up to him as to when he would want to tell about it. But one member is saying it did happen to both of them. Ricky Martin's saying it didn't happen to him. So that's where it comes from, though, is the other member.
Yeah. Lyle always craved his mother's love. Absolutely. And she was very vocal. This woman was very vocal on telling her children she hated them. It was, Shraz says it's not FF. I checked history on your channel. Well, I don't know. Ricky Martin was absolutely abused, promise you.
Well, the only reason that I sit there and I say that this is what was said, and I say, but Ricky Martin says this, and I say if he is a victim, then as a victim, it's on him as if or when he wants to say anything. It's not I can't be there and like force him to say something. So that's why I'm not.
We can't out him either.
Exactly, right. and so that's why I say he says he denies it, and so I'm saying that, but that's who said it was the other member. Ross said it.
Now, either way, now they're talking trash in Jamie's chat. Yeah,
I'm fine. I don't care. It's fine.
But
I'm also a new channel, and B, I do this for fun. I'm not trying to make money off it. I'm not sitting there trying to say that I'm the OG of anything either. So I'm good.
Yeah, like the email I got the other night saying that she was going to shut my channel down and all this. Like I said, go for it.
But I've also never had any license taken away from me or any of that stuff. So I'm good.
But like, I just don't want the bullshit. I just don't want it in my channel. So that's all I say is there's just no need for the BS and the crudeness. Like,
I'm okay with that. don't
But
care.
I
I'm too old to care.
I know.
I've got better shits to give.
I honestly wanted to do this because A, I needed to own my own shit. And B, I think more people. Oh, Shiraz, you've missed a lot. You have Genie Pool, whoever might as well be Critical K. Might as well be Critical K. I get you. Welcome, Jeannie. Janine. If anyone's channel should be shut down, I would be surprised if they weren't many M's of male children and teens haven't been enabled by society's. Oh, 100.
Absolutely.
100, Telly. 100. I've been victimized by that woman on my channel, and I'm not saying that as a victim of that, but she has been attacking me through emails and all of that. So I know that she's been coming at me, but that's okay. I'm a big girl. I got big shoulders. I can take it. I've survived way worse in life that this little BS stuff that's going on doesn't affect me because listen, when you can get yourself off a wall, you can get through anything. She read everything. Not sure. So I'm hoping that maybe just one person listened. And I'm not here to change anybody's minds. I'm not here to do any of that. But if one person got that little thing like I did the other night where I'm like, I need to look more into this. I need to look deeper into this. That's all I can hope for. Oh, I'm sure September didn't mind. I'm sure Tallygal September didn't mind. I was out of the loop for a while, had a sink flood on the second story of the house, leaked to the bottom story ceiling. It's been a mess. Oh my goodness, Shiraz.
That's a nightmare.
Yep.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, here we go. There's another one. They're all coming into your chat.
Are you?
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. He is surely unalive, a victim. You know what? I should put Sebastian's name in the banner, Armand. I should put his name in the banner. I know.
Rochelle, I'm going to need you to chill out.
I know, right?
You've just got too much going on and you need you to calm down.
I'm ignoring all three of them now. They're all three in there.
You're like at a 20. I need you to come back down here to like a 2, okay?
Yep.
When
Lyle was little, like when he started walking, if he grabbed her leg, she would kick him or backhand him. You could like hearing people, and not just Lyle and not just Eric, other people say how much she would vocalize she hated her children. It's disgusting. And that's a huge mess. Like that's drywall. That's a huge mess.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, his mother. Yep, I agree. I understand that.
Ouch.
Oh, yes, you're right, Monarch Maddie Soto. Thank you guys. Like I said, keep these names alive. Keep them. I don't see a fancy, but maybe for best. No, you see an OG though, Tally Gal. OMG, that's horrible, September. Yep. When I heard that last night, I was devastated that 2 children would grow up hearing their mother vocalize that she hated them. Like, that just gives me it's just disgusting. I'm just going to, sorry, give me 1 sec. I'm going to add these names into the banner. Oh, I don't have to go there. What am I doing? I got to go here. I'm just, give me 1 second because I like to add them into the,
Wait, Tally Gal, what are you thanking me for? Like, did I miss something? Because I was too busy reading stuff on my other screen. I'm like, did I miss something? Maybe. I might have missed something. Or did I do something wrong?
there we go. They're added. Thanks, guys, for giving me that time to add them. But yeah, I wish I could find, I should have put that interview that lawyer. Jamie, they're coming.
I know. I can see it. That's why I was asking Tally Gal what she was thinking, because I was like, I was so busy on the other screen reading and kind of laughing at it that I just wasn't paying attention to this side. I was on my other monitor laughing.
I'm just done with them. I'm just done with them tonight.
It is what it is. Oh, wow.
Does anyone recall the allegations of abuse that came up against Ricky Martin a few years ago? They were made by a nephew.
Yes.
He and his partner claimed the claims were due to mental health issues and faults.
And then they were dropped.
She didn't do those things when Jose was around, when Lyle was little. When Jose was around, she would act like she was a loving mother. Yeah. But really, what would it have made any difference? Really? Because he was a monster.
It could be, Mac, but I don't understand why they would be after me. I'm like literally a very small channel, and I've never said anything bad against them. So whatever. It doesn't matter.
The emails I've got, Mac, about shutting my channel down is equal to the emails I've got about being a circus freak. But I'm trying to... Because Jose loved Lyle. He was his namesake first. Well, that's not love, though, September. What he did to Lyle wasn't love. Yeah. Like... That's the thing, though. That is part of why some people have... Thanks, Mac. I appreciate you. Oh, she's got 3. And she's been in other channels. She's been in other channels under that with Katie Kool-Lady. And in the chats, they're making fun of other chats they've been in. It's ridiculous. They both have gone off the rails. And it's sad. It truly is sad. Like, I don't get it, but it's sad. I know that, but that's why she acted like she loved him. Yep. And when some people have said that, other people have taken that saying, well, see, he wouldn't have done that. He loved his son. It was his namesake. And I'm not saying you're saying that, September. I'm just saying that that's what people have twisted it to sound like. Gotta time out all kinds of people tonight because I'm just tired of this. I can't do anything. They're on your channel.
Yeah, I just.
Yep. I know neither one of them loved them. Oh, again, I agree with that. The trial delay has sent these people off the deep end. Yes, it has. And it's unfortunate because it should be focused on justice. And that's it. That's all. And I'm not going to allow them to derail me from justice. Justice for Dan. Everybody's name that I get asked to put in that banner, I put in the banner. Those names scroll every show. I was not like, this is what I mean about justice, guys. I literally came on and admitted how wrong I was, to own my mistakes and my ignorance. And I'm not ashamed to do it because that's what happens. Tally gal, it's so very sad how SA specifically does so much damage to children and family relationships and are passed on from one victim to another. Yep. Look at what Lyle said. Who the hell wants to own that? What he did to Eric? Who the hell wants to own that? Max, so the Adelson trial going to be some red carpet event for the tubers? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's in Jose's twisted way of thinking he did love Lyle. He said so, and he would tell him he loved him and never told Eric. Those boys had no. Oh, Armand, sorry. I put a D in there. I will fix it right away. It's incredible how it's incredible to see only what we're being told, right? And to think that these boys even had a chance. To even have a chance. They didn't have a chance. Not living through that. They didn't. However, we know that it was not love. I agree. And I don't know what Lyle and Eric have done for sorry, I was yawning. What Lyle and Eric have mentally done, like things that if they went through therapy or whatever while in there. But Jesus, I couldn't imagine. Like I know how triggered I get. I can't even imagine for them. Both Kitty and Jose were mentally ill. Yep. Even Kitty's sister, there was an interview with Kitty's sister, and she said she can't fathom that her sister was like that. He probably loved Lyle because Lyle was more like his dad than Eric, so Menendez was looking into a mirror when he looked at Lyle. No wonder he loved him. Yep. Just a very sick individual. Very sick. Very, very sick individual. I can't.
Honestly, does it have to be this way? It's ridiculous. I have a life outside of this.
Yeah, I'm just ignoring their comments. Crimes, I don't want it anymore. I just am ignoring them because it's too much. It's disgusting. Their comments are disgusting. And I'm just not even vocalizing them anymore.
Are you even getting all the ones that I'm getting, or can you just see them on the thing?
Only if I've timed them out, because you haven't timed them out. I've timed them out. I haven't blocked. I've timed them out because I need a minute.
Your mom said, "Love how losers spend their time."
Yep.
That's that's not a bad person.
Oh, okay.
That's not a bad person.
Love how losers spend their time talking crap on someone's stream. Get a life. Oh wait, they can't because they don't have one. Yeah. Oh, okay. Shiraz says I've blocked 2 OG accounts tonight. Yeah, we just.
Shiraz, why aren't you doing that on mine?
She can't. Nobody
I
can.
know. I was kidding.
Tally says correct. They were dropped. I couldn't fit all in. Still, I'd be surprised if RM wasn't abused too.
Yeah, like I said, when it comes to Ricky Martin, just because of the simple fact that he has denied the claims, I will just simply say that that is what the other member of Menudo said.
They can take a timeout for a while, Shiraz. Honestly, I'm okay if they're going to be in there and they're going to be talking decent and stuff, but when they're throwing digs about, their daddy walking beside them, stuff like that, it's just disgusting. Leah, can Shiraz please post Untangled link, please? I'm so thankful, September, you came in. Your mom, I love your name and I love your picture. Don't pay attention to them. They're probably some dumb kids with what they think are insults. Yeah, I wish they were dumb kids, but they're not. Tally gal, September mom, my father did the same with me. It's a twisted love, but some abusers do love their victims. It's a twisted love, right? And Tally gal, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Michael Glenn, after the numbers, why did they not tell the therapist about the abuse? They told the therapist about the unaliving. Just imagine, Michael, back in 1989 and being a man and saying that to someone. Just imagine how hard that would be. Because it wasn't something that people believed. And it would be hard. It would have been hard as a male to admit that. Look at all the athletes now that are starting to say something. Football, hockey. Look at all these athletes now. And they say, why didn't they do it then? It was too hard. Tally gal, I can't read fast enough to keep up with trolls. Gene Man, lots of people are abused by their parents, but they don't unalive them.
And that's true.
That is true.
And abused people don't always abuse people.
Yep. And victims don't always turn out to be abusers. Absolutely true. In this case, they did. And they've paid for what they've done. Might be easier to own their violence than admit their vulnerability than be rejected. Right there. Right. Michael Glenn, you are wrong. In 1980, boys absolutely could tell the therapist about the abuse. That was not 19. Okay. Michael. I'm not saying they couldn't tell them. I'm saying it would have been hard for them. I'm recognizing the stigma that they would have been wearing, and they didn't. They got even by spending victims' money. No, that's not getting. Are you serious? Getting even for all that abuse just by spending money? You obviously are not a victim. If you think that would make you feel better and get even. Tallygal, that was incredibly brave of Lyle to own his abuse of Eric. 100%. And Janie said, I've barely spoken of mine, and I'm so sorry. So sorry you're wearing that badge. Justin, they've earned their freedom. They've shown what kind of people they actually are by their good deeds in prison. Let them live free and normal lives insofar as they can. Justin, I agree. I agree. Nobody wanted to hear. No. And that's like, I'm just saying, even females, there was a time that females weren't even believed this was happening. People didn't believe females. Just the males are, if finally people are really starting to say, yes, this happens to men also. And that's why I'm doing this show tonight, because I wasn't that I wasn't believing them. I wasn't giving it the proper weight that it deserved. And tonight I am giving it the proper weight that it deserves. Those boys were not ready to talk about what was going on. No, they weren't. They truly weren't, Shiraz, and you're right. So you think in 89 they weren't even believing women. Back in 89, you know what we heard, what women heard? They heard, oh, she dressed like that. Oh, she talked like that. So imagine if women were getting judged like that in 89. What the heck were men going through? Like, so Lyle was incredibly brave to own his abuse of Eric and to apologize to him on the stand the way he did. Many go their entire lives without ever doing what he did. Like, owning that was it was incredible. Can you block trolls? Yes, Tallygal, I can. Females were getting harassed bad in the 80s. Still, Night Court Cheers were two shows that showed it going on. So you can understand that women were getting harassed, but again, double-sided. It's double-sided. Tallygal, yeah. So everybody, you can block people that you don't want to see in chat. You can actually block them yourself. Thank you, Jay Ray, for pointing that out. I totally forgot that. This is my point was tonight. Well, the only one that is all the OG ones. These other ones that just come in, they just came in because of the thumbnail. They just want to be heard. Thank you. And welcome, J. Ray. I am an essay survivor, you fucking prick. Go away. Go away.
I was going to do that.
Jamie, I'm going to mute you for the banging just for a minute. Let me know when you're back. I tell you, I think I missed most of them, but I just got rid of DC. That's disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. This is my point tonight, guys, and I'll say it again because I was wrong. If a woman says to me, or there's a case and she's a SA survivor, DV survivor, or all of them, I'm like, you go. I'm behind you 100%. Did this on Saturday, and I really didn't back these boys. I didn't back them. I believed it, but I didn't believe it. I'm going to be completely honest. And I got up and I was like, got up in the morning and something was bugging me. I didn't feel right. So I started going on reading stuff and looking at stuff. And honestly, I had my TV going. I had my tablet going. I had my computer going. I had my phone going. Like I was going through all different channels and different reports and everything and I got to the one point and I just stopped and I just stood there and I'm like, I'm ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed that I would give women more weight than I would a man. And I thought I need to go on and admit to my downfalls. And that's what this was about tonight. I am male. Thank you for standing up for male victims. And there are many victims are both genders. Absolutely, Armand. And I apologize. I apologize for my ignorance. There's no other way of putting it. There really isn't. And I think if more people would do what I did and actually go down that rabbit hole, look at it. Like I said, there was some things I watched. It was like watching CNN and Fox. And I'm like, I was only getting one perspective on each of them, right? So then I was like, okay, I need to find news clippings. I need to look at the trials. And that's when I came to what I was. Tallygal says, I walked into my first therapist's office after being sent due to my father's arrest, and I was in total denial that it meant anything or had any impact on me. It takes time to share. Surely does. J. Ray says, I think a lot of the stigma was less about the idea of being abused, more about the idea of being, yes, gay, which we've come a long way. I agree. I agree. Because there was men that did speak up and say stuff, and people, oh, you're just gay. Oh, you're this. I don't want to say the derogatory words. We all know what people call people. And I agree with you, J. Ray. Mac, you have a point about the total different mindset in 89. The term date R wasn't even invented yet. The discussion was something people of today would not even recognize. Right? And things were always swept underneath the carpet. As long as you had that shiny, happy face and what I call the white picket fence syndrome, where everything on the outside looks nice, but once you see the inside, it's ugly, Armand, don't apologize. Society has been hardwired to think in a certain way. Yep. But it's time that we wake up to that, right? We wake up to, this is not right. This is not right. I mean, as far as how the general public was reacting to them back then. Yep. No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. That's how they were reacting back then. But even back then, if you had a male come out and vocalize, they would get what back then was a scarlet letter, right? Glad you didn't take my opinion the wrong way. I was holding my breath. No, I didn't. I agree. I agree with it. Tallygal, if you refuse to be open to learning about the dynamics of incest in a family, you'll believe what you want to believe, right? Yeah, you got me. I did. And it was basic. Well, even Jose, like I couldn't believe hearing Lyle and Eric state the fact that their mother did a genital check because Jose was so worried that AIDS was going to be brought into the house. Are you kidding me? This is torture. This was a form of torture. Like, I cannot understand. Like, she would do. Oh, I'm sorry. There you are. You're back.
Oh, am I allowed to talk now?
Yes, you were supposed to send me a comment. You did.
Yeah, I did. I was going to say, we have to also remember that this was during a time when family matters were still just that, family matters. And so you didn't talk about them outside of the house. There was a movie that Nancy McKeon did from Facts of Life way back in the day, and I can't remember the girl's name. And basically, she had been being abused by her husband, and then she was completely like, he offed her in front of like the entire neighborhood. The police got there as he's doing well, didn't off her actually because she didn't end up dying, but he was like beating the crap out of her. Now she's paralyzed. She is in a wheelchair. If she's still alive, I'm gonna have to check that out again. But anyways, the police were standing there and they weren't doing anything. It was just during those years, family life was taken care of behind doors. You didn't step into it. And a lot of times the police wouldn't step into it. They didn't want to get involved.
No, that's right. And J. Ray, I don't believe that they were able to truly see walking away as an option. And I agree. And I likened it to a woman in an abusive marriage where people will like, oh, why doesn't she leave? Things like that. And it's basically the same thing. They were in such an abusive, manipulative state that they couldn't see leaving as an option.
And the name was Tracy Thurman in the movie or the televised show of it or whatever it's called, A Cry for Help. And it was brutal. It was brutal to watch. But the police just stood there and watched.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just people forget what it was like back then. People forget how
I wasn't comparing the case. I was not comparing the cases. I was talking about the times.
People forget what it was like. J. Ray says that, right? I mean, Kitty could have left too, but I don't believe she ever would have. No, I don't believe she ever would have. She literally stated to many people that Jose was the love of her life. And look how many times he cheated on her and did all this stuff that she was just, and how many times she tried to commit unalive herself. I had to stop myself. How many times did she try to unalive herself? Writing S notes to Lyle. Like, this is disgusting. Like, these boys went through hell. Honestly, they did. And I owe my apologies for being narrow-minded. And I own that. And I hope by coming on here publicly, admitting that what my problems were, and admitting that I made a mistake. Leah's over in Crimes Untangled. Kitty was half the problem. Yes. Yes, she was. Because you need your mom to protect you, and she wasn't willing to stand up to Jose. So, but, well, interesting night.
It was a very lively discussion, I must say.
Michael Glenn says, why did they rob their neighbors, friends, and houses? Well, Jose had a famous line, didn't he?
You could rob, you could steal, you can cheat.
Just don't get caught.
Amen.
Were they trying to make their dad proud? Were they trying to show their dad they were men like him?
I don't know if that. Well, I even told you. I was talking when we were talking yesterday, Rochelle. I told you about how when I was in juvenile hall back in my day, there were girls that were in there and they were getting caught for doing the stupidest stuff, and they were in there, and then they were like, "I just needed to get away from my dad." So they were purposely getting in trouble. And then you've got homeless people who purposely go out and rob, not rob, they shoplift to get put in jail so that they can have a night of food and warmth.
And I agree. It could have been a cry for help. If we get caught, we'll be away from our dad.
Exactly.
And J. Ray says, I wasn't even alive yet, but I'm alive now, so that's my opinion. And that's great, J. Ray. I was alive when it happened, and so I'm glad the younger generation is more open. I appreciate that. They think they were just being teenagers. Teenagers do dumb stuff. Yep. And it either could be two ways. It could have been a cry for help. It could, but again, not saying Jose, I don't know, but I bet you there was a lot of palms greased by that man. All I know is those innocent people got Bill Cosby out of jail. Yes. And I think he should still be there. Sorry, I do. If there were two boys from a loyal middle class neighborhood in Arkin, Ohio, no one would try to free them. Oh, these guys are cute. I've never once said these guys are cute, Michael. And seriously? Really? I've never once said anything about their looks at all. I've only talked about the merit of the case and the non-merit. I've only talked about the lies and the corruption. Never once talked about the guys being cute. And if there was two boys,
thank you,
middle class, and they went through what the Menendez brothers went through, if I was able to have a voice for them, I would have a voice for them too.
Shit, even if they were two male kids that were from a lower class family, if I knew about it, I would say something about it.
Yeah, I've never mentioned their looks at all. That's just sad. That's just sad. We're working on Scott Peterson. Yeah, I've seen that too. Cosby should rot in prison. I think he got out on a technicality. Yeah, he should rot in prison. He should. Yeah, Cosby got out because the DA screwed up. This is why DA shouldn't screw up, right? This is why DA should. Who was it today? I was listening to. He was on AA Legal Focus. Mutz. Jeremy Mutz. He made a good point that DAs should actually have a backup where they run stuff by them. So he said that Sarah and Georgia should have a backup team. That they should have a backup team. Why was that deleted? Class and looks aren't what this is about. You should stop reading your. Oh. These people are just ridiculous. These people are absurd that are coming in right now. So yeah, Jeremy Mutz had a great thing on that. I was alive when they got convicted, but not when they unalived. Their parents also being cute didn't keep them from getting right. It has nothing to about looks. Yes, J. Ray, I'm Canadian.
Okay.
I'm Canadian. Accidentally have a cigarette on camera and people start coming at you with stupid stuff. Congrats. I'm not sure why. But the second trial, I think that was really, when I was reading on it, was a huge eye-opener for me. The therapist on the first trial, huge red flag for me. Having Lyle admit to what he did to Eric on that first trial was a huge eye-opener for me. Like, there was so many things that fell into place when I was looking into it, and I was just like, oh my goodness. They were arrested in 89.
89, yeah.
Yeah, I know I can hear the banging too.
Yeah, go ahead and mute me. I've got somebody who just got home.
Okay. I don't know. Isn't Canada kind of nice? All I know is I never met a rude Canadian. Well, I have. I have, and yeah, it's nice. But we have rude people here too. I guess we're just nicer to people when we know they're not from here. But we're kind of rude to ourselves. You've got that right. He's rude to all of Canada. He's a douchebag of all douchebags. Can't wait to get his ass out of there. And this is coming from someone that's voted for him 2 times, and it's time for him to go. Angel Myers, just piss off. Seriously, piss off. Oh. They're coming from Crimes Channel. They're coming from Crimes Channel. So I cannot block them. I like Runkle by the Bailey. I do. How about Rochelle? You and Runkle have that in common? Yep. Angel Myers. But I thought it was no politics. You can't have one set of rules for the hosts and the mods and then just ban everybody else. That's why your channel isn't growing, because bans. Really? My channel's growing pretty well, thank you. I say what you want, but I'm almost at 3,000 and I've only been doing this for what would you say, Shiraz? 2 months? So there you go. And I will say and speak what I want to speak, and I let the chat say and speak what they want to speak. We don't talk about the American politics because it's so vitriol. Did I just read Eat Boogers? Are we 5? Yeah. because Rochelle had a cigarette, and my friend Armand said, Rochelle, your camera's on. So now they're picking on that. So they just piss off. My bad for mentioning Canada. Angel stands down. No, it's not. It's not bad. Why not let the mother live? She abused them too. She was abusive to them too. That scene was... Okay, you're back. That scene was violent. That is anger. That was complete anger.
When it comes to the mom, I'm still going to go off the fact of she knew what was going on, and they were coming from the standpoint of, how dare you not protect us? We were your kids. How dare you? Yeah. It was hurt. It was anger. It was more hurt than anything. But I don't think that, I think one of them even said something about, like, what was she going to do without him? That could be just an excuse, but I'm just saying, I think it was more the fact that she didn't protect them. I'm still like, people get angry when they're not protected by the people they're supposed to be protected by.
No loss, Michael. No loss.
Okay, so I'm sorry for answering a question honestly, Michael.
I honestly, we have many discussions in here. We discuss, we can disagree on things, and we can walk away still laughing and joking with each other. So if somebody wants to sub because they don't like my point of view and I don't like their point of view, then that's fine. Go right ahead. It's no skin off my ass. Let me tell you that. They are picking on the fact that I pointed out the camera was on. It was, yeah. All right, Armand, it's silly. And she was actually jealous that Jose was paying more attention to the boys than her. Yep. She vocally said it many a times to many people. She hated her boys. She hated them. Fuck off. Put it on, you know what? Put it on your channel. Put it on your channel. Go right ahead. I think most of us can all agree that perhaps they did not deserve to die as a form of punishment, but the brothers should not be convicted or sentenced, though. So, no, they didn't. They paid the price for what they did. For murdering them, they paid their price.
What did I miss that you said F off to? Because I had to go get a drink.
It's on your channel. It's coming through your channel.
See, I walked away for a second to get a drink. I'm sorry.
I'm over talking you. Now I'm being told I'm over talking you.
Oops.
She wouldn't want to be alive without Jose. She already didn't want to be alive. Also, she allowed to be abused. Allowed them to be. Exactly, J. Ray. Yeah. No, I agree, V. They shouldn't be sentenced anymore. Yeah. They've paid for their crime. More than what they should have. Unaliving somebody is not right. I'm not saying any of that. But I am saying I understand the circumstances of it. I understand it. I don't give a shit, Fancy.
I'm fixing it right now.
Can you just boot her?
That's what
I'm so tired.
I don't know why it's not letting me do that. I'm on there right now and it's not giving me that option.
You have to click on the 3 little circles.
I did.
So you go timeout and it's 24 hours. J. Ray, in my opinion, they should have been convicted, but maybe not convicted of first degree and sentenced to life without parole. I agree, Jay.
I don't understand people. You don't have to be 5 years old.
Yeah, they're all coming from your channel now.
I'm watching now. I just, like I said, I got up to get something to drink. My mouth was dry.
Why
Sorry.
can't we agree to disagree on one and all? I just got back, but I'm assuming that it wasn't going on. Geez, do we have to be immature too, Lord? Yeah, right, Mary? It's just ridiculous. All these people that trolled Rochelle here are now over on your channel talking shit about her. I blocked them.
I'm taking care of that right now.
But Rochelle can still see their comments in StreamYard. She just can't do anything about it. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. Can't do nothing.
That's why I got up to get a drink. I'm taking care of it. I promise.
Yeah, send her a VH copy of Mean Girls, right? Well, I can guarantee I was not picking my nose, and I guarantee I wasn't eating it. So there you go. I'm not worried.
So hopefully, I went ahead and done that to like 4 different channels or whatever. So 4 different names or whatever they want, like however it is. So sorry, I had to go get a drink. I'm sorry. And because
they'll come back under here.
Yeah, I'm having to watch on 2 different monitors also.
Yeah, exactly. She is sabotaging Crimes Untangled channel, but why is no one allowed to have channels now? No. And that's what, because they got blocked here, and they've went over there because they know I'm on StreamYard. They know I can't do nothing about it. So Tally Gal, right? Such a waste of space. It just makes no sense. And they're not even talking. They're not even adding into the conversation of what we're talking about tonight, which is taking away from the importance of the conversation we are having tonight, because it is an important conversation to be had. So they really just need to back off. They don't want to be a part of the conversation or the solution that needs to be had. Oh, here.
Hold on. There's another one. I'm on it. Sorry.
Yep. Hate you.
How is really quickly, how is that growing my channel? And I do talk. I asked Rochelle to mute me a few times because I have noise going on in the background. So Rochelle lets me talk anytime I say hey, or I send her a message. She lets me talk anytime I need to.
Yeah, and
so
hello, her channel is linked. Her channel was put into the chat so people could go over. I've had Crime and Coffee crew go over there, like Leah. So enough's enough. Can you please just get rid of that person?
I was waiting until we both got to say that, because it won't let me get rid of them. All I could do is put them in timeout for some reason. Because I don't have moderators yet. I'm still little.
Yeah, but I can't. Unfortunately, I can't on yours. Armand says, sorry, off topic. Boone, Burnpile, Delphi, Quinto, Simon. I'm in courtroom trial heaven. I know, Armand. I don't even have time. Like I said, at work, I've got Patty going so I can watch the burn pit. I was like, Shiraz says make Shiraz a mod, and she'll take care of it.
I don't see Shiraz. But you know what? They can try all they want to just try to start trouble between me and Rochelle. I've got her back. It's just not happening. It's not. It's just not going to happen. Rochelle's helped me from the very beginning, and I'm still at the beginning, and she's helping me. There's no way nobody's getting in between me and Rochelle.
Not happening. Yeah, Armand, it's insane to keep up. I'm hoping the Sarah Boone trial goes fast because there's just no room. I don't understand trolls either. Get a life, geez. Yeah. Max says, so just let them troll when you spend too much time talking about them, you lose. I agree, Mac. I agree.
I know it was just getting a little bit ridiculous though. The amount, if you were to see on my screen, or not my screen, but if you saw my chat, it is just nonstop on here. It was just all talking about Rochelle.
Shiraz is over on your channel now in your chat.
Oh, there she is. Okay, how do I do it, Rochelle? Never mind.
Okay. Did you enjoy Thanksgiving, Rochelle? I'm still suffering from it. Yeah, I did enjoy. Thank you, Louise. I made my turkey dinner and everything. It's Thanksgiving in Canada today. Here, just showing discontent. Jamie is probably a setting you have to select.
She's on there.
Yep, I see the wrench.
Why?
Mac's over on your channel now too.
Okay, here. Mac, do you want to be a moderator?
I'm not banning. I'm timing out because I just have enough of this BS that you guys are dishing out. I can't find Crimes Untangled channel on YouTube. It's called something else.
Hold on. Usually somebody else does that for us.
I do know what nonstop means. I don't think the trolls know what nonstop means. I think they think this is fun. So,
okay. So here's this.
I'm trying, Jamie, do you remember where the interview is for what was I watching last night? Anyway, I'll have to find it. Oh, how did I never know you all had a different Thanksgiving? Makes sense, but that's hilarious that I never knew. Yep.
Why wouldn't I let you keep it, Shiraz, really quickly, just out of curiosity? I adore you.
Aw, thank you so much, Louise. Thank you for your support. Happy Thanksgiving, Rochelle. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Louise. Oh, Mac, you're hilarious. OG, I'm a huge fan. Oh, I wanted to remember that video where the lawyer was saying that, but that's okay. I
hate it when you go that silent because that makes me worry that you're about to explode. You're about to explode on someone.
No, I'm not.
I'll get the shovel. I'll get the shovel, Rochelle.
Thank you. I have the shovel for you too, my dear. I really am glad we did this live tonight. I'm really glad we had this discussion tonight. And I appreciate people, even if they didn't have the same, and it is what it is. And Shiraz will be our alibi. Girl power. Girl power. And I think we need Mac part of it. J Ray. This was a good group. Armand, absolutely. Listen. Armand's got our back. I know.
I think that the biggest thing for me was I had that terrible migraine yesterday. I didn't even get out of bed, but I think I had missed a few calls from you that I didn't even notice until the last call when I answered it. I'm like, oh crap, hey. And then you said that. I'm like, oh, thank you, Rochelle. Thank you. And not because I'm like, hey, I'm right and everybody else has to fall in line with me. It was just like, thank you for taking the time to look at the information. And that was the more like, so if you had read all that information, as I said before, if you had read all of it and then still had a different opinion, I'm fine with that. Everybody's allowed their own opinions. So thank you. Everybody's allowed their opinion, and I will respect it, and I'm not going to shoot you down for your opinion. I just want to make sure that you have all the information. You're making an informed decision or opinion. That's all. And so I was like, oh, thank you, Rochelle. Not because you agreed with me, but because you sat there and took the time.
Yep, and that's the few phone calls that I made to you. I was like, I was so mad at myself. I'm like, each time I'm like, it was a different something I had read, and I was calling. I was about to say, "Oh my God, Jamie, I didn't read this properly before." I was like, but and so J Ray, thank you for the subscribe. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I thought I was familiar with this case, but I've changed a lot since then, and I've learned a lot since then, right, Shrez? And that's what I did yesterday. That's exactly what I did yesterday. I really, like, from the moment I woke up till the moment I went to bed, and it was still playing on my TV.
I was going to say,
Different things.
until the moment you called me, yelling at yourself. She literally was screaming
Mhm.
at herself as she was talking to me. I'm like, I have a migraine. She's screaming at herself.
I was so mad. I was so mad at myself. Thanks, Shiraz. You do too. You rock too. Thanks, Jamie. I learned a lot more today and now know there are scores of injustice. There truly is. And that's why I asked. Jamie was in the chat on Saturday, and Jamie was very, very honest to me when I was talking to her on the phone, saying, Rochelle, I had to leave chat because they don't give you enough characters to really get across what you're saying. So I said, Jamie, why don't you just come on the show with me tonight?
Yeah, it would have just looked like I was spamming her chat had I sat there and tried to say everything I wanted to say. So I was like, I had to walk away because I was getting frustrated and not angry at anybody. It was just frustration. It was like, okay, I can't say what I need to say. I'm going to walk away and breathe.
Yep. And I appreciated her being honest about that. And that's why I said, why don't you just come on? We can have the conversation and you're going to be able to say what you need to say.
That's because you have a great community.
We do. And you're part of that community, though.
Well, no, I know I am part of the community, but I'm saying it's your channel. You have, I want to say gathered, but you have such a great community that I'm happy to be a part of. So I'm glad that I got to at least give my point of view here and there, or the facts that I know of here and there.
Yeah. So Bumble says, seems like the trolls are bad tonight. Don't worry about people like that, Rochelle. No, you're right, Bumble. I don't. I'm just done with them. Jay says, and if we're being real, some people just have really bad opinions, but they are still free to have their own opinions. Absolutely.
Exactly.
New Omicron is here. Not sure what you mean, Louise. Okay, so top box is Rochelle and bottom box is Jamie. Yes. Yes, it is. And I don't know why give me 1 second here. It shouldn't be. It should be showing them, but for some reason it's not.
I'm the talking head.
I don't know what's going on with StreamYard tonight because it's not showing our names, but usually it should.
Oh, I just noticed that too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just the talking head.
So am I. That is what growth and emotional maturity looks like. Yep. And
well, thank you, Shiraz.
Yep, absolutely. And owning it, right? Owning your ignorance to me is a huge thing. Rochelle is too nice. Please do not be mean to her. Thanks, Mary. I have so sick you've been so sick in the last 2 weeks, Louise. I'm so sorry. I hope you get better soon. You helped build it, Jamie. Yep. So did you, Shiraz.
Exactly.
So did you. Louise, Rochelle's the best. Thank you, my dear. Hello, Shiraz. It's cool. I won't forget. It's cool. I won't forget. We guys, we have a saying here at Crime and Coffee.
Is it off the rails?
It goes off the rails. Off the rails because we can get into a video that's say an hour long and it can take us 6 hours to get through that video because I like to interact with the chat. I like to have the opinions of the chat. So as you can see, if you've been here tonight, I don't not answer people. It doesn't, you don't have to be a super chat. You don't have to be a super sticker. You don't have to be a member. You don't have to be any of that. I will still talk with you. Yeah.
Okay, J Ray.
Bumble, you're a great person. J Ray says, oh God, I've been off the rails since 25th. So welcome to the coffee crew.
Yeah, right.
Altruistic baby, this case is so compelling. It truly is altruistic, and welcome. It Otter is stop here. I'm woof. Right over my head, guys. Right over my
I know
head.
SOL, but I don't know stop.
But this chat, we can get really into it, and then next minute we're laughing and joking, and it's just a wonderful community. Like, I have a wonderful community. We have a wonderful community. If you have a channel of your own and you ask for help, we definitely help other channels. We put you in the links. We help get people over to your channels. Oh,
And I only need 451 more.
Max says
the standard. Yep.
Max says off the rails is standard operating procedure. It is.
It's our go-to.
Armand, thank you. SOP.
Ah, got it. I knew SOL.
You guys are just amazing because you're not even making fun of me. Max, you're sharp. Off the rails is standard operation procedure here. American translator bot. Oh, when there's a new variant, you seem to catch it. I've been so lucky. Knock on wood. I have been so lucky. I'm so
I don't
sorry.
leave my house. It's 115 degrees out during the day. I don't leave home. I can't catch anything.
Armand, I am SOB. I know marijuana more popular now. Are you? No, we're not talking about drugs. We're not talking about drugs.
Oh no, God, no. Gosh, no.
We make fun of ourselves in here because we'll be talking about one thing and end up talking about something else, and we call it going off the rails. We don't talk about drugs in here. It's not that type of channel.
Speaking of drugs.
Okay, now you understand it. Okay. Jay, oh, we're not. Joke. Armand, I love Janine. They gone. See ya.
I have somebody on the case.
Yeah, they are gone. See, it's so nice when we're not being interrupted by nastiness. It's just so nice.
So I had wrote down, and then I got that whole P. Diddy. He's got another hearing coming up, and then I've got your thing coming up, and everything else. But I had written down when the Menendez next hearing is supposed to be, because I thought it was this month. I thought it was November 16th or something.
I thought I read.
I could be confusing it with a Diddy thing, so I could be diddling around in the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to go back and look again because I don't know where I wrote it. I have so many notes. I have pages. I have like 4 different notebooks over here. So I'm keeping up on the Menendez case. I'm keeping up on the Diddy thing because that one's disgusting too. So
Yeah,
Jamie
I can't do that.
I am stuck in Arizona at the moment where during the day it's like 115 degrees. Right now it's only 80 degrees.
No, we do not have that in Canada. Look at that. That was a question for both of us and we answered it. I think it's November 27th or something. I think you're right,
That's
Jay.
right.
I think
Yeah. I thought it was this month. I just don't know where I wrote it down. Okay, so December 18th is the pretrial for Diddy, and then May 5th or the 25th is Diddy's start date for the trial, supposedly. Can you believe that, Rochelle? Did
Sorry,
you
what?
catch that? Did you catch that? So, okay, I don't know if you paid attention the other day, but Diddy was in court the other day, right? And
Yeah.
while he was in court, they were talking about a speedy trial. So they went ahead and the prosecutor is like, yeah, let's go then. You want to, we're ready. If you want to go, like his defense is like, no, we want a speedy trial. And so they are really rushing it. They're having the pretrial hearing December 18th. And then
What?
it's a go for May. It's sometime in May. I can't remember if it's the 5th or the 25th. I might have wrote it down wrong. But the defense is saying that they are ready to go to trial in May of 2025. Now, here's the other part to that, though. The prosecution said they may have a superseding charge. They may come out with more charges. And so what happens then is they may have to turn around and try to say, okay, wait, now we're not quite so ready. And that's going to be hilarious. It's going to be hilarious for Diddy's team to try to back out now because they're the ones that were pushing for a speedy trial.
Jesus. I'm shocked. I think we Americans are still the only country in the hemisphere that's still using English measurements. Yeah, we use Celsius.
That's true. That is true.
You all think I have no opinion on anybody.
So when it comes to Ashton Kutcher, let's just talk about his really sad letter of defense to the judge for Danny Masterson and that whole thing. You're aware of that, right? Rochelle?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So anyways, now when it comes to Ashton Kutcher with the P. Diddy stuff, he was at a lot of the parties. He hung out with Diddy, but a lot of celebrities did. So it's going to come down to like, okay, just because you were a celebrity at one of these parties, did you partake in we'll call it an after party or the freak offs? That's what Diddy liked to call them, the freak offs. Really kind of creeps me out. But yeah, I can't say who's going to go down with
There's
him.
a lot of names.
But there's so many names. I mean, Clive Davis has been drug into this. Diddy, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. There are so many names on that list.
Yeah. So Shiraz says that is fast.
It is faster. It is extremely fast for it. But
J Ray says that's Eric's birthday though, so I might be wrong. I'll go check when the hearing is. Louise, I caught C before people knew it existed. Oh my goodness, Louise.
Yeah. I came back from Italy right before everybody started getting COVID. I came back from Italy, so it wasn't a good look. I didn't have it, but I came back from Italy on November, the day after Thanksgiving in 2019.
Wow. Blue says, I can't believe some of the bizarre questions the prosecutor asked Eric, like about his learning disability, messy car, and if he wanted to do some of the things his dad did. I'm like, what, TF? Blue, welcome, first off. And it was bizarre. It is just the weirdest thing I've ever seen in a hearing. Hearing is November 29th. When is Thanksgiving this year, guys, in the U.S.?
The 3rd November. Or the 3rd November. The 3rd Thursday of November. Whatever day that is. I don't even pay attention.
Diddy's trial is going to be federal, though, so we won't be able to watch it. Hopefully this other attorney, who I think is sus, will make his civil. That'll be televised.
Hopefully. Yeah, it definitely won't be. The federal, it won't be televised. But here, I didn't know that in the federal courts, you could get in as easy as you can for, like, say when Depp or even the Adelson case. Well, actually, I don't know how easy it is to get into the Adelson trial, but I didn't know you could actually just go and try to get into the gallery to watch, and you can.
Oh, that'll be a lottery. They'll have a lottery for that.
They had one for the whole Depp thing too, for Depp and Heard. It was a lottery. I remember, why can't I say his name now? Runkle?
Ian Runkle.
Yeah, I subscribe to him. I just don't know why I couldn't say his name at the second or at that moment. But I know him and others over there. They were all sitting there, and people would give them their number and let them go in.
Oh, they paid people to hold their seats.
I heard from at least one of them that they had gotten there late that one of the days, and so somebody actually handed them their seat.
Yeah. So Bumble says, "Did you hear what Jim Carrey said today?" No, I didn't.
I didn't either.
What
Jim Carrey say?
Shiraz says Kevin Hart. Mac. Yep, we could. Altruistic Justin Bieber was a victim. Break my heart. It does break my heart. And it's not just because he's Canadian or any of that. It's because he was away from home. He was entrusted into people, and that happened. Thanks, J. Ray. You're amazing. Thanksgiving is November 28th, because I thought the one lawyer said that he would hope he was having Thanksgiving with them this year.
I can say when it comes to Justin Bieber, everybody goes to him first to say, because he was only 14 years old, but we also have to remember that when Usher was under Diddy's control, when he was Puffy, I think, Usher was only 13. And then now they're saying that Lil Bow Wow and there's another one. It's in my notes, but I don't have that notebook out right now because this isn't about that. But anyways, there were other young music like Chris. I can't say Chris Brown, but I'm saying that those guys that were kind of lumped all together in a way because they were all around the same age and doing the same kind of music. Blah blah blah. So it wasn't just Justin Bieber, and I think it started, with even Usher. And I think that Usher is going to end up in some trouble if it turns out that something did happen to Justin Bieber, because he was, he was an adult by that time, Usher was. And if he allowed something to happen, the DUI guy, yeah. Anyways, if he allowed something to happen, then that's, I don't know.
Yeah, and so Armand says, Runkle, DUI guy, good logic. And also Lawn Lumber.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Him too. I subscribe to all of them. Thanks to the
Lawn Lumber was the one that noticed the knife in the bed, the switch knife in the bed.
Yeah, he did.
Louise says, as a senior, I can use both metric and imperial. That's amazing.
Wow. I can only do kilograms because I know how much I weigh in kilograms.
This video of Diddy giving Bieber the business about not being accessible to him was downright scary. You could see how terrible, uncomfortable JB was. Yeah.
Yeah, he was even sitting there and he's like, oh yeah, here, I'll give you my number. It was a very scary thing to watch, especially now looking back at it, because when it played out back then, we all thought of it as ha ha ha, just goofing around or whatever. But now looking back at it, it's like, oh, that's not so funny.
Yeah, and J. Ray says Aaliyah was like 14 and almost married that dude.
Well, she did marry R. Kelly when she was 15. She married R. Kelly. Age is nothing but a number.
Yeah, it's.
I love that song too.
Not at 14. It's not.
No, but that was her song, and I used to rock that song.
Yeah.
Love that song. Now looking back at it, it's creepy.
Wow, see, we went off the rails. We went down to P. Diddy. Yeah, that's like middle school, right? It's disgusting. It's truly disgusting. And honestly, like I said to you, Crimes, is the fact that I think this is a huge reset in Hollywood.
We kind of thought that R. Kelly would have been that for the music industry. I thought that once R. Kelly was busted, it was going to be like, okay, now other things are going to come out about other stuff, other people. But then it took how many years for P. Diddy to finally go down?
Because I think with P. Diddy, and this is just my opinion, I think there's a lot of political people attached to it too.
Oh,
That's
there
just
is.
my opinion.
No, I'll agree. I won't go too deep into that because we don't do politics, but yeah, they're entangled in the knowing of the person not knowing what was going on. But here, did he have a whale in like the harbor in San Diego? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Because I can't think of any other reason why you would need 1,000 bottles of lube or baby oil. I was just wondering.
So
yeah, oiled.
Bumble, I'm just gonna ask you, is it the comments about Will Smith? If that's what you're talking about, I can bring it up.
Oh, there's another name, Will Smith, and what's her name? Jada. She's a fraud.
J Ray says, oh, one sec, J Ray, I'll come back to you. Blue says I subscribe. Thank you so much, Blue. Gotta run. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
Thank you. J Ray says, I'm also in a relationship with a big age gap. And my last relationship before this was also with someone many years apart from me. But when you're 15, it's a no-go. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. When you hit, I think it's when you're 30s, when it's like your 30s, and that's when age just becomes like a number. But anything 20s and down, I just think it's an ick. I just think it's an ick. Yes, I don't like to name anyone. Okay, well, maybe, you know what, Jamie, why don't you, because this is not I don't do P. Diddy here. Why don't you review what Jim Carrey did on your channel?
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me.
I don't think you can do it right now because you're still linked to me, but
I was going to look it up real quick. I'm not going to, what's it called? I just wanted to see.
It
So
also
you can
depends on the
wait.
people.
I just want to see what I'm looking for. So you keep talking.
I think that's something that would more fit your channel. Yes, many Italian people got COVID from the people coming in to work in agricultural. Yes. Yep. I'm just glad we're not going through shutdowns anymore. That was horrible. Well, it's been an interesting evening, everyone, and I thank all the new people that have stopped in. I'm gonna vacuum real quick, but I'll be back. Oh, J Ray, I'm about to sign off anyway. Your names are back. Oh, yay.
Oh. Rochelle's a talking mug now.
Okay. I guess I'll see you later. Thank you for stopping in, J Ray. Thank you for subscribing. I greatly appreciate it and hope to see you in chat.
Oh, I have so much to say about that.
Yeah, Usher groomed Justin. Leah passed away at a very young age. That's very suspicious. So everyone here that is interested in P. Diddy, I highly recommend Crimes Untangled. And
I will say, I'll just one thing really quickly about the Aaliyah thing, because it is very strange that she was having issues with Jay-Z and Diddy, and then she went over to what was it? where did she go again? Was it Jamaica? I can't remember which country she had gone to, but it wasn't even the place that she was supposed to film for her video. That was not the location that was agreed on. It was changed last minute. And then when they were over there, when they were getting ready to come back over to the States, somebody else had gotten her a plane, and her manager, whoever it was, I can't, like, it's hard. But anyway, somebody over there bigger than her told her, no, we're going to take this plane. That person didn't get on the same plane with her. It was just, all of it was really, really strange. The guy who flew it wasn't supposed to be flying. There was a lot going on. So I think I talked about it in one of my other videos, but because it was really odd.
Yeah. Mac, me too. I'm not interested in the P. Diddy. It's not, and it's very triggering for me, so I don't watch it. So, but for anybody that is interested, Crimes Untangled is following the P. Diddy. So I highly recommend going over there and joining her for that. Okay, guys, Crimes, thank you so much for joining me this evening, even though I must have cut you off, I guess. I don't.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely had no time to talk at all. I'm sorry, everybody. She was so rude to me. So obnoxious. No, Rochelle, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for listening to me rant last night. And I greatly do appreciate you. I appreciate everyone in chat. Thank you, Shiraz, for taking care of the chat tonight. I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, Shiraz, for coming over to mine and taking care of it. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are great.
But and all the new people in chat, I hope to see you again. Yeah, Mary, this stuff just boggles my mind too. You're not alone. You are definitely not alone on that. Yeah, thanks everyone for sticking around. It was a hot topic, but I needed to have the conversation. I didn't really need to have the conversation. I needed to own my failings, I guess you could say. Nice meeting the new channel cutie over there. So, thank you so much, everyone. I will see you soon. Again, Crimes, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good night, everyone.
Okay.